there, welcome to 7575 Spy Flight. Welcome to Flughafen Berlin in Brandenburg. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you are doing really well. Happy Sherlock Holmes Day. It's Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday, and it's also flying time. Well, hey there. Thank you for coming on in today. It's so nice to see you. Thank you. And today's one of the few days I get to dust off the old deerstalker hat today, as we get to say happy birthday to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes. Favorite set of stories here. Welcome into Brandenburg. Captain Tolerance is here. The airport nobody ever wants to go to except flight simmers because they think Berlin is flown a lot. But no, Germans just built a big airport that barely gets used. Really? I don't know. I know it had its troubles, getting started and all, but once they connected the jetways to the building and turned the air conditioners right side up, I thought it was a pretty cool looking airport. It looks like it's probably a bit of a drive out there. I don't know what it's like in real life, but the Sim airport is certainly a good one and the perfect opportunity for us to come and dust off the old Air Berlin livery, which is always a favorite too. Thanks for coming in. If you joined me yesterday, it was a totally unscheduled live stream yesterday. Really enjoyed that. Just flying, doing some cargo flights was such a good time. So really enjoyed getting to do that. And for those of you that came and made it in there, thanks for, coming by and doing that. We've got Hong Kong departing from the original airport today. It's more fun to land at Kai Tak than depart out of Kai Tak. So we're at the original Hong Kong airport. And then we've also got a flight out of Gandhi Airport to Chenni in India today. I didn't go and look for any other airports besides the ones I've got, so, it should be okay. We'll just do some generic airports for those. It should be a fun flight. Captain Tolerance says, like any U.S. connection, flights to München or Frankfurt, for example, 9 times, the only reminder might be of flying into Berlin. They are serving ham sandwiches, EHAM sandwiches, since we're going into EHAM airport, right? So it's even worse into, so pretty much here at Berlin, you're going to have to go to Frankfurt and München to do an international connection. I do know that they had some A380s coming in here at one point. I don't know that they do that anymore, because none of the gates are really designed for the A380. That's what all those balloons were, I think. So over here, as we were kind of coming on in, all of the balloons or whatever they were, I don't know. But all of these things over here, this one, I think this was, they put all of those around that jetway because that's where the first A380 was supposed to come in, I guess. Is there bratwurst today? That would be good. Good night, and Tim. Thank you for coming in today. Good night. Tim did a resub. Thank you for the resub today. Tim J has been here for 11 months. Before that, Patrick gifted a sub to the community. Thank you for the increased support. Thanks for coming by. Hydrospace has Air Berlin chocolate hearts for us today. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Sunjammer, welcome to you. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And Captain Whip, Loviz was listening. Captain Whip says that the A220 is releasing on 5/28.
Subscriber confirmed.
Kidding. That's supposed to be the airplane that the airlines are all really excited about. Is the A220 as opposed to buying any more A319s and stuff. Bailey just did a resub, and Bailey's been here for 39 months. Bailey, thank you for the 39 months of great support and helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Absolutely could not do this without you. Thanks for helping me to keep it going here. This is actually a really, really cool airport, the Brandenburg airport, the scenery here. It's pretty well done. It's got lots of cars driving around. Originally over in Flight Sim 2020, it was a bear to get this thing to load in. But once you got it to load in, it was really quite nice. I think mostly because of all of the vehicle traffic around the area. Shall we get going? Hopping into the best seat in the house, the seat up front. I've already gone and done the JSG Droid thing that you really need to do with the Phoenix airplanes here in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Go to panel states, hit cold and dark default, activate it. You will have to re-import your flight plan in there, but you ought to do that just because when you load into this airplane, it doesn't completely come with all the switches off. Loviz is taking a KLM Boeing 737-800. Are you taking it in 2020 or 2024? Okay, we got a jetway out to the main door. Always good to have a jetway in too. And we've already loaded in the flight plan. Let's go turn power on the plane. Airplane time. So 1, 2, battery power going on up. And the battery power looks good. Let's do external power. Here comes external power. Got to do nav and logo lights. No smoking. And also we need to do the emergency exit lights. There are no 738s. Well, you can. I thought that you could do the PMDG in... You could do it I thought that you could do the 737-800 in 2020. You just have to launch it at the end of a runway, but then you have to, slew over to a gate and it'll cut, and then you have to shut it down and then turn it on again. I haven't done that. Loviz has done that. And I guess it's kind of a pain in the butt at the moment, so that's why I haven't given it a try. Just doing a quick control check here. Always good to make sure the buttons are working. Buttons are working, and that's a good thing. Yeah, you would not be on VATSIM, so you start it on the runway and stuff. So start it on the runway, and that's going to have your engines running. And you don't have to slew. You could taxi to a gate, but then you have to shut down your engines, and then at that point in time, you could probably get on VATSIM. And Loviz says it works great in 2020, so, at this point over in the Loviz cockpit, let's not fix things that aren't broken. I know, how about that? Hey, Doozy. Yeah, Doozy, just like Doozy said, it takes a couple of extra steps over there. And let's see, I already saw on YouTube, Average Canadian said hi on YouTube. Thank you for coming in over on YouTube. And Becky Davis is over on YouTube as well. Thanks for being here. And thank you for coming in. Okay, it's a beer flight. I'm sure that joke never got old in the days of Air Berlin. They were all beer flights. And nav, nav, and nav. Nav, nav, and nav. Can I delete 2020 yet? So, Waterwell, the only reason that I haven't really at this point is for the upcoming 757. That's the only reason why I've got it on my hard drive right now. I can be patient and wait for the PMDG 737s because I got the PMDG 777 and I'm a happy camper there. I would like to be able to fly the iFly 737 MAX. That will be here eventually. I would like to fly the TFDI MD-11. That will be here eventually. It's probably going to take a lot longer. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I got no inside information for our friends at Bluebird to get the 757 working. So that's really the only reason that I've got Flight Sim 2020 still on the hard drive. Otherwise, it's been working great for me. Doozy took the MD-11 out on Flight Sim 2024. Did it work for you? Really? Let's do cruise supply of oxygen. Okay. Cost index today was 12. Cruise altitude. I filed for flight level 360. Let's go get our wind. And then we're in Germany. And part of the fun about being in Germany is we get to use CPDLC, which I really enjoy. Okay, so that all looks good. And wind data is aboard and return. Let's go and CPDLC our way into a clearance. Ready to go. So we're going to go do ATSU. Oh, I forgot to do ATSU and AOC stuff, didn't I? We have to do this first. You had to manually. Words are hard. Manually insert a few waypoints into the arrival. Yeah, you know what? We have to insert some waypoints in other airplanes too. Okay, that looks good. And let's go to ATC request. Pre-departure clearance. EDDB to EHAM, Berlin 441. We are gate Chuckles 7. I have information. Brandenburg information. Juliet is aboard. We are at EDDB, Berlin. So if we were to leave the airport, where would be the best place for burgers or pizza in Berlin, where friends could go and hang out and have a good time? And I always, and space, and pop that in there and send it. Waterwell, still got the side stick fault in the Phoenix. So Waterwell, what if you change the sensitivities and make a dead zone in your side stick? Would that help it at all? Chris was gonna come on the sim today. You ended up flying TNCM to EHAM. Still 2 hours to go in the PMDG. I like that airplane. I'm having a blast with the 777, and I'm really enjoying the cargo flight. Okay, we got a load sheet. Accept that. And then this is our pre-departure clearance, and that says we got that out there. Hey dogs, good to see you. Happy Thursday. Thank you for coming by today. Okay, it's time to do page B, 52.8. So page B, 52.8. So that goes in there. Page 2 over here is that a 9 or an 8? That's a 9. Oh, you got to be careful with that. See how close a 9 and an 8 look on that one there? Fortunately, we can zoom way in for 29.6. 29.6. Plug that in. Now, we really need to stop what we're doing and answer the phone, because if you don't, you might get... You need to do your Wilco quickly, because sometimes there's a time limit, I think, on the Wilcos there. Okay. Well, you know, dogs, I wanted to do some Air Berlin flying today. Because, you know, Air Berlin chocolate hearts and stuff, right? Let's see. You nailed it? Yeah, I think, yeah, add a null zone into your side stick. That should do it. Okay, 2-4 left. It's going to be the Sukip 3 November. That's correct. We're going to squawk 1000. And then page 2 says
new recruit detected.
121.605. 121.605. And there we go. So we got that one. Close it. And our clearance has been confirmed. So that's good news there. Let's turn off our 1990s sounding cell phone alert there. I mean, seriously, they should be using the, you know, a sound from Star Trek or something like that. Okay, we're good to go there, right? And we're good. I copied it all down, so that should be great. Let's see. Johan MFL. Did I say, is it Johan maybe or Johan? Anyway, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow. Captain Tolerance. At least the a Nokia sound. Or how about the sound of the satellite phone from Jurassic Park? See, you got to have a little bit of fun every day, right? That would have been good. The satellite phone from Jurassic Park. You'd always be looking for, you know, dinosaurs at least. All right, so let's see. Taxi is 0.150. 0.150. I looked around for that at, you know, when Jurassic Park was coming out and stuff. I looked around for that ringtone just to try and add that in there because I knew, especially with the movie coming out then, it would, some people would freak out about that a little bit. 0.592. And that is route reserve. There we go. And alternate is Dublin. Okay, 0.751. And 30 minutes of fuel is 0.959. And fuel planning is groovy green, so that's good. Looks for any excuse to do an Air Berlin flight. I do. I will be in the, you know, we got to wait for, I really don't want to go through all the hoops of trying to get the PMDGs working in 2024. And sadly, my performance in 2020 is just not that great. Oh, it's Eindhoven, not Dublin? Darn, I was hoping there would be an excuse to go and get excited about Guinness or something. 24 left is our departure runway. We are doing the Sukip 3 November. Suki 3 November. And insert. Dublin would have been Dub. Well, they need to choose better. They need to, I know it's a little bit far away. And it's also really far from Amsterdam, but there's better beer, right? See the things that I get excited about. Okay, looks like we're coming in on 3-6 right. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. ILS is 3-6 right. It's going to be the Norku 2 Alpha arrival. Norku 2 Alpha. And our VIA is RTIP. Now we've been here one or two times. IATA codes are not allowed for aviation, only for cargo destinations. Icy cows only. Doozy's here with beer cheers. Hey, Doozy.
Subscriber
Thank
confirmed.
you for coming in today. And
Top
Jumpman
clearance
has
granted,
just done a
agent.
resub.
Loyalty
Jumpman
noted.
has been here for not 1 but 2 years. This is a 2-year for Jumpman. Jumpman, thank you for 2 years of really great support and help me to keep these lights on. I say it every time. It does come from the heart. Thank you so much. I don't think I have started my passengers walking down the jetway. Load. We still got a few things to do. Sunny Goose is back. How come I find you again at an airport and I'm landing at? Things are weird that way in the world. It's a Star Trek kind of a thing, Sunny Goose. It's because an ODN conduit got mixed with the warp core, gravimetric, whatever the hell it is. And that caused a ripple in time, and so we're always at the same airport. As you can see, I wouldn't be too terribly good at Star Trek Technobabble. I don't think I would be able to do that. Thank you. Jumpman, it has been great. It's a tribble. It was a tribble. You see? It's those tribbles. They are always causing problems. Okay, that looks good over there. Berlin ATIS information Juliet is still current. Transition level 70. And QNH is 1011. 1011. 1011. You know, that's one of the things that I've noticed in all of the, actor types of interviews and stuff like that. Whether it's Star Trek or Galactica or whatever, the actors always say one of the hardest parts of their job is mastering the technobabble that they had to do. That's right. See, all we need to do is worry about the flux capacitor and life is going to be good, right? It's all that. I'm coming over here to charts because there is a climb clearance that's on the chart that they don't put in the clearance, 5,000 feet. Be sure you check that out before you climb. Otherwise, you'll feel about that tall when they come and get you. Dude Bro is back in chat. Hi, Dude Bro. Welcome aboard. Okay, that all looks good. Let's go and get a few things turned on over there. 5,000 feet. That looks good. We got a squawk code. We ought to squawk. So clear, clear. Squawking 1,000. That looks pretty good. And let's start up the APU. We're almost ready to go.
Detected. Welcome aboard,
Dude Bro just hit follow on the channel. Hey, Dude Bro, thank you for following. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. You have found a group of spies that are kind of cool. Oh, we have a Eurowings that just came in. One of the interesting things is a lot of the Air Berlin airplanes actually went to Eurowings. So this airplane right here, HB -JOY, this tail number here is actually, I believe it's flying with Eurowings right now. So a lot of the Air Berlin airplanes kind of got into that world. Either maybe it's the A320, I'm not sure, but. And if you're wondering, yeah, this is an A319, but it's got 2 exits because this airplane is all one class. So it doesn't have a first class section, so they had to add an extra exit so that everybody could get out of the airplane. Okay, all of this looks good. My guess is everything's great over here, but we're still going to need the transition chart. So we're going to come in after the arrival, and we're going to need an RTIP transition for runway 36 right. That's something that doesn't load. So 36 right, there we go. Maybe they're all up here at the top. Night transition 6, 6, 18, 18, 18, 18. RNAV transitions via 36 right. I don't think this is it. Yeah, this is it, I guess. RNAV transitions via RTIP. Okay, I'm going to guess that that's the one that we need for that. Passengers are aboard. Let's come on back here and start closing up some things and get ready to go. So, forward cargo, aft cargo. We just got beep from ground. They want me to talk on 129.505. Okay, this is good. Let's do the APU bleed. And external power can go off. We're going to come over here and grab these guys over here. Doors are going to close. Seatbelts are going to go on. Release the jetway. Let's see. 129.505. 129.505. Commercial and private plane. Dude Bro likes the A380 and the Cessna. Those are really good choices. The thing is, we got so many airplanes to choose from. So many airplanes to choose from. That's one of the hard things about flight, especially if you're flight simming, because we have really great airplanes. Okay, let's go ahead and get our pushback truck and we can go. Here comes the tug. Parking brakes are on. Tug is released. My flights. Let's do departure perf real fast. Load, sync, calculate, send to the McDo, and all of that looks good. Come over here. Let's go ahead and get Brandenburg Airport map. Check for an update in the ATIS. It is still information Juliet. And here we are. Brandenburg Apron, guten Abend from Air Berlin Flight 441. We are at gate Charlie 7 with information Juliet. Clearance is aboard from CPDLC requesting startup and pushback. Hey, Russ.
Scandinavian 255, Berlin Cloud Hello, first startup contact delivery on 121, Business 605. Goodbye.
Ground, good Abend, Austrian 238 on Victor 2 to short of Bravo.
Well, they just told me to contact you guys.
Ground, good Abend, caller 7 from Juliet vacated Lima 4. Dive R to Bremen, please.
454 information.
German Coast Guard, what are you thinking about? And the private plane, oh wait, is that not commercial? There's no sinking going on here. We're not doing the Titanic. Russ has done a full flight in Microsoft 2024. Rusty with Boeings, but aren't they really great airplanes? I have so much fun with them. The PMDG did such a good job.
7454, the flight level or correction, the altitude is 5,000 feet.
No sinking here.
Initial 5,000 feet, sound 454, Roger.
454, read back correct, report when ready.
Sound 454, Roger.
Uh-oh.
Alpha Romeo Alpha Whiskey, kontaktieren Sie Bremen Rollkontrolle auf der 129,505.
Delta Micro Alpha Whiskey, kontaktieren Sie Rollkontrolle auf 129,505.
Brandenburg delivery, guten Abend from Air Berlin Flight 441 and A319 at gate Charlie 7. Information Juliet is aboard requesting startup and pushback.
Berlin 441, startup approved, hot position, contact Berlin 839-121.855.
0.855 for Berlin 441, thank you. One 21855. I don't start up until we're actually rolling. If there's a gate hold, that's just that's going to be too much. Okay. Brandenburg Apron, guten Abend from Air Berlin Flight 441 and A319 at Charlie 7. Juliet is aboard requesting pushback.
441, good evening, pushback to
Facing east for Air Berlin 441, thanks. Shall we go? Parking brakes off. And away we go.
Cabin crew, arm door, cross-check.
Starting engine number 1. Average Canadians got sushi tonight.
Left 1 Foxtrot and send Alpha 1 for Condor 7 for Juliet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains
Guilin, April 5 uniform, stand Bravo 05,
life jackets and the brace position, which you
This pushback helper is really nice, but it's got a couple of problems still with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it disconnects about halfway through your pushback, and that's a little annoying. And so it's hard to put yourself where you need to be. And looks good. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. And that KLM just came in. And the cool thing about this livery is if you look in the seat back, they've already given us 2 Air Berlin chocolates.
Berlin ground, 7454, stand 35, we have Juliet.
Which is always nice. Okay, let's get ready to do control checks and fly to Amsterdam. After that, we got to depart from the new Hong Kong airport that isn't so new. Tim Dog chocolates just like those. And that is available, so starter back to normal. APU is off.
Taxi by Kilo 4 and hold short on Kilo 7454.
Disconnect the pedal brake. Pedal disconnect here. And over to performance. There's our performance numbers. Let's do control checks. Elevator all the way up, all the way down. Rudder all the way right, all the way left. Ailerons all the way left, all the way right. Trim is going to be up 0.6. That looks pretty good. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Cabin call. And that looks good too. Apron, hello again from Air Berlin 441. Pushed and started from Charlie 7, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi via Echo, hold short of Bravo.
Taxi via Echo will hold short of Bravo, Berlin 441. Parking brakes off. Shall we go? Now, usually the little baby bus here will start taxiing without actually rolling your throttles up. It'll do a thrust idle taxi and take off like this. Autumn's art studio has just arrived. Hi, Autumn. Welcome on in and super duper happy Thursday, almost Friday. Get our nose wheel on that center line like good pilots. Okay, so taxi via Echo. Hold short of Bravo. Wesley, good Abend, and thank you for coming in. Autumn says that it's raining, which means it's a good day for flight simming. It's a good day for flight simming. Takeoff config check. And config check is green. Predictive wind shear is going on.
441, contact, ground on 121.705,
121.705 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. EHAM, that's right. Everybody gets EHAM sandwiches today. And let's adjust the chair up a little bit more. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. No Sierra Papa Yankee. Yeah, I know we don't get to go over the SPY VOR. Autumn is in the art studio today. What are you making in the art studio today, Autumn? Brandenburg Apron, good Abend from Air Berlin 441. We are on Echo approaching Bravo with Juliet.
Air Berlin 441, Berlin ground. Hello, taxi airport runway 24 left via Bravo and Mike 8.
Berlin 441, we're going to taxi via Bravo and Mike 8 to runway 24 left.
Delta Charlie Bravo Echo Bravo, confirm request taxi to the GAT.
Good evening, Irby is here. Hey Irby, we are flying away. And it's also Happy Sherlock Holmes Day, so that's why we get to wear our Deer Stalker hat from Sherlock Holmes.
Apron 4.
Dude bro, what setting? Most of my settings are one level above. Most of my settings are one level above medium.
Good evening for that.
Espresso Kate is here. Espresso Kate, welcome aboard. Boy, I could actually use one of those. It got a little chilly this afternoon, but I'm trying to cut back on coffee for the summer. Hope it's good at your coffee bar.
Bravo, then taxi to Apron 1 via Kilo 1.
And there we are over there.
Kilo 1437 Berlin Ground Slow, taxi via Alpha Hotel Victor 1.
Alpha Hotel Victor 1, that's an hour 47.
De-icing old. Boy, it's nice that it's summertime and we don't have to worry about icing. This is the A319, Wesley. It is. Kate says that the coffee is still flowing and life is good. Are we going to fly in the BAE today? Right now we're planning our flight out of Hong Kong is the 777, and then we got a flight out of Gandhi Airport in India to Chenni, and I've got an A320 for that. It's kind of gotten to the point where I've crammed so many startup procedures from so many different airplanes in between.
441, contact tower on 118.805, goodbye.
118.805 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Okay, on the departure, on the Suckup departure, Sukep, do we have another frequency? Sometimes there is a do a different frequency.
Berlin 441 on this.
Berlin 441, just about to call. Fully ready at runway 24 left.
Berlin 441, Berlin Tower. Very good evening, 128 degrees, 18 knots, 24 left, cleared for immediate takeoff.
Immediate takeoff, Berlin 441, we're going.
Thank you. Just keep it quick, traffic on Prima Final.
Berlin 441 has traffic in sight, we'll be out of the way.
Canadian 614 traffic, departing at A319 on runway 24 left, expect late. Roger, expect late.
100 knots. V1 and rotate. Up, up, and away time. Positive climb gear. Gear going up.
Berlin Tower, guten Abend, Cargo Extend Mike Papa, eine Zufall left.
Cargo Extend Mike Papa, Berlin Tower, low and check 280 degrees, 18 knots.
Mike Papa.
Scanny 614, runway 24 left, clear to land. Berlin 441, contact green radar on 10.630, have a great night.
120.630 now for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Grumman radar, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441. We are passing 2,600.
Berlin 441. A wonderful good evening. You identified climb now to flight level 160. Call you back shortly with a shortcut.
Berlin 441, climb to flight level 160, and I didn't get the rest, I'm sorry.
I will call you back shortly with a shortcut.
Thank you so much. We'll wait right here, Berlin 441. Wind straight off the nose. It was a nice takeoff. It felt good too.
Radar 123, 235, Austrian 283.
A nice night to be departing from Berlin, although I'd rather be arriving.
441 passing 5,000 feet, proceed direct north, November, Oscar, Romeo, Kilo, Uniform.
Berlin 441, after passing 5,000 feet, we are direct to Norku. That's 5,000 feet direct to Norku, and insert. And altimeters, backup altimeter to standard, and a really nice departure over here. That's at the Dutch-German border, Norku is. There's an Athens overload. Let's see, Apostolo, welcome back into chat. Guess what? We are planning to be flying in Athens. On Sunday, I think. Sunday we are doing, let's see. Oh, LGKR, two of my favorite airports. Corfu to Athens is our departure time at 1900 Zulu. Maybe we'll depart a little bit early, I don't know. But we're already planning to be in Greece then. So that should be a nice flight. Somebody needs to contact Royal Sibi and have plenty of Uzu and Giro standing by for us.
Berlin 441, call now Bremen radar, frequency 123.225 here.
123.225 now for Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
123.225. What a great departure. There was a time when flying in Germany was so intimidating for me. I'm not kidding. And now it's awesome. It feels good. Okay, 123.225. How do you have some liveries on other airplanes around you? That is the model matching. That's supposed to be the model matching. Bremen radar, good Abend from Air Berlin 441, passing flight level 1200 for flight level 16.
Air Berlin 441, Bremen radar, hello, identify, climb to flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 119er, contact München radar 133.230.
Landing lights can go off. Nose light, cabin call. Little late on that, but that's okay. Let's see. Christian, welcome aboard. If you look below the video window, you'll see my system specs. They're a little old. I've got a new GP graphics card in there. I think it's the 30 or something like that. I'm not really good with those numbers. But everything else is pretty much updated there. But yeah, we've got Corfu to Athens. Maybe we'll depart an hour early on that flight too. Maybe we'll do that. It's the 3060, that's right. It's the 3060. Thank you. And out we go. A nice night to be flying over Germany, and how about that? We get to do see outside today. Although we probably should have done a flight somewhere so that we could take off from 22B Baker Street.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
That way we could have celebrated Sherlock Holmes Day, which is today. Let's see. That boy is Z. Did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And Ifrit, I hope I said your name right. Thank you for following.
New recruits
Christian,
detected.
thank you for the follow.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
And a great departure out of Berlin tonight. Only thing that would have made it better is if we all could have met at one of those really, really cool places where there's good food and beverages and room for everybody to come and say hi. Cabin looks pretty good tonight.
radar, Chenni, Lufthansa Cargo 886, flight level 340.
Lufty cargo flying about.
Lufthansa Cargo 86,
And since there's no first class section here, that's why we get our over-the-wing exits, an extra set of them. I wonder if there's any old Air Berlin service cards available. That'd be a cool thing to have in your sim cockpit. Is Maastricht radar on? I believe so, and that's going to be one of our next ones. Let's bring the map out a little bit, go to airports. We're done with the departure. Passing 22,000. Okay, flaps are up. Speed brakes are disarmed. And we did have a company message, and that was our final load sheet, which I forgot to put in. 52.8, I think that was right. And 29.6, that's the same too. So all of that should be good. Totally forgot to do that before we started engines. Which means our fuel should be accurate, but we should have confirmed our fuel before. So fuel prediction's gonna, sometimes that's off when you don't do that the correct way. GT Boy, big cheers, big beer cheers, and thanks for coming in today. And that looks good, almost to flight level 280. We filed for flight level 360, but this might be good enough.
Lufthansa 31 Alpha Papa, Bremen radar identified, descent to flight level 140.
And wow, we totally blew off most of the departure on this one. I mean, totally blew it off. Let's do low airways and turn it to nighttime.
Lufthansa Cargo 8286, proceed direct remit.
Lufthansa Cargo 886.
Next departure is out of the big Hong Kong airport. I was going to do a cargo flight, FedEx in the 777. We're going from Hong Kong to Liangjiang in China. And then we've got Rajiv to Chenni in India today. Most of what I try to do is medium. And then I've kicked up a few things like my clouds. I think I've clicked my clouds up to high. Just so that the clouds look a little less flat. And it works really good. But most of what I try to do is...
continue climb to flight level 320.
Flight level 320 now for Berlin 441. Continue the climb. Tim J, that was the name of the airport? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to look up all the towns and change the schedule and put the town names in there because I wanted to fly cargo planes yesterday. Wanted to fly cargo planes. Wig Bill is absolutely right. That's the big difference. It's a 3060 GPU. And I don't think I've changed anything else on this desk. I've added a couple of flight simulator components. The WinWing autopilot, which basically looks just like all of that. It's that view right there, and having that on a desk like this is so nice.
441, continue climb to flight level 360.
Continue the climb, flight level 360, Berlin 441. Tim Dog wants to do an MD-11 flight. I can't wait for that to come over to the flight sim. That's a fun old airplane. It's old and cranky like the A300, but there's just something, a little bit cooler about that airplane. It's got the engine up in the tail and stuff. Just a big old, monster jet that flies really fast. A big monster jet that flies really fast. And all that looks good. Now, let's see. One of the things that I was going to do is, I know that there's some nice airports available for this next one, but I didn't have a chance to look them up yet today. So, let's see. VHHH. This is the new Hong Kong airport. Here is a Hong Kong airport that was made 2 years ago. There's static traffic, enhancements for AIG traffic, nav data for the 3-runway system, Hong Kong Airlines pack. So they do have one freeware up here. I've got no idea if it's any good or not. It's got 5 stars. Oh, I didn't set it right. Thanks. Flight level 360. Did I buy the for VHA? Oh, so maybe I've already got it in there. So all of this looks pretty good, I guess. So, okay, Loviz, thank you for remembering that I probably already have it there. Loviz is going to fly a FedEx 777. I think there's going to be a lot of FedEx flying tomorrow. Next, ZGKL. So ZGKL is our rival airport, and that's going to be next. ZGKL. Let's see if there's a freeware for that. Okay, here we go. So there's 2 of them here. This is 4 years old. This is 1 year old. So here's one that's a 1 year old. How about, I'm going to put a link to this in chat. If you want to go and get this airport, there's a link to this one. This looks like it's kind of nice. I think I'm going to grab that for our next flight. FedEx doesn't fly the route. The only thing that Loviz could fly was a 737 airline, in an airline that Loviz has never heard of before. Oh. Well, the only reason that that kind of sucks is you can't get credit for a FedEx flight.
B250 left, descending to Channel 140, Lufthansa 301 Charlie.
Okay, all that looks good.
Airplane 441, contact Mast 133 955, show.
133 955 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks, have a good weekend. 133 955. There's a lot of great cargo routes out of Hong Kong. Sadly, this is not one of them. Okay, 133 955, and I think it said this was Maastricht radar. Maastricht radar, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441, approaching flight level 360.
Air Berlin 441, Maastricht, hello, identified.
We are identified. Okay. So now that we got that airport, we have to put that into the correct folder. So add-ons, Wind Sailor downloads, put that in add-ons, put that in scenery, and we're golden. Now let's go ahead and load that in. It's on the other side of the world. Amsterdam radar and Schiphol has just gone offline. But the spies haven't arrived yet. They just can't Schiphol out of here. That wasn't that great. Probably just did a very tasteless joke, not knowing what Schiphol means. Maybe I should just skip it. Anybody got an EHAM sandwich that's good? All right, let's come over here and ZGKL. ZGKL. And there is our airport for our next flight. And let's see. Do we have Hong Kong in here? I've got a Kai Tak, but that's all I have for Hong Kong. VHHH, I don't have anything there, so it must already be loaded in. Okay, looks good. So we've got ourselves an airport for, I think it's Liangjiang.
467, the other flight line is closing. Monitor Unicom, have a nice landing.
Monitor Unicom.
You're positive that I bought VHHH? Let's see. Question, is that going to be an any builds or a... We could go and look and see. Let's see if it was a... Let's see if it was an Orbix first. Let's see if it's an Orbix airport. That's right, it was World Flight. Let's see if it's if I got it from Orbix. So Orbix is loading there.
Good afternoon, with go 8601, level 360.
Ghostbird, I'm waiting for it to officially come over from to Flight Sim 2020. Okay, I don't have it for Flight Sim 2024. How about 2020? But yeah, when it comes over to Flight Sim 2024, I'll be flying it as often as I fly the other airplanes. But right now I'm kind of sticking with the airplanes that work in 2024 because I'm getting so much better. I'm getting much better performance in 2024.
Subscriber confirmed.
And that's the big reason why.
Top clearance granted.
Dude 84 just gifted five subs to the community. Holy moly, Dude 84. Wow, the day is young. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. To the community. Easy for me to say. Dude, thank you for being so nice to me, but thanks for being nice to other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub, and that was really nice of you. You like the Holmes hat today? It's, hey Boeing Baga, it's Sherlock Holmes Day today. Okay, so it's not an Orbix airport. Let's see if it was at any builds. Wesley's looking forward to the Phoenix A321neo. I know that they're working on one. Okay, let's see. There is a Hong Kong airport. This is by Thai Models. I don't know that that's one that I have. I don't need to spend 30 bucks on that though. So I don't think I got it from any builds. Okay. Let's see if it's in Contrail.
Subscriber confirmed.
WSX Boy's back with a really nice resub. WSX Boy's been here for 20 months. WSX Boy, thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. And Dude 84, thank you for gifting some subs. That was super duper nice of you. And also helping to keep the lights on. Okay, I have a WF Scenery Studio. Here is the WF Scenery Studio. This is the one Loviz was mentioning. Okay. It doesn't look like I purchased it from Contrail. Maybe I got it from Sim Market. Let's go see if I have one from Sim Market. Okay. I did not buy it from Sim Market. Okay. I don't know how you keep it straight, Loviz. I have no idea. We ended up doing flights thereafter. I remember that part. Maybe it's already in the set.
Have a nice landing.
Sounds like Germany's going to bed tonight. Well, I'm not surprised. It's not Friday night. I know where to check. Let's look at Flight Sim 2020, the community folder. It should be in there, right? And we'll see if we've got it there. Okay, let's see. Yes, it is in there. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's put it in the scenery transfer folder. Move to custom add-on folder. And we're going to do scenery and okay. So I did purchase it. It is over in the Flight Sim 2020 community folder. Let's drag it kicking and screaming into the new one and we'll go there. You're flying that flight right now? So we're going to have some nice airports for our next flight. I have no idea about the India flight. We'll worry about that later. We are 77 miles from top of descent. Let's check weather where we're going. EHAM. Unicom for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
122.8. There we go. 122.8. Okay, so now it's over there. Let's go and put it into Flight Sim 2024. All right, so this is there in Schiphol information, still landing on 36 right. So 36 right is still good. All right, now let's see. This should be over here now. VHHH. And look at that, WF scenery. Let's drag that in there too. We got 2 nice airports for our next flight. Cool. Thanks for remembering, Loviz. I don't know how you do it. Okay, so all this looks good. Let's put our numbers in. So let's see, our altimeter is 1017. So let's do phase 1017, QNH. And I think Russ has already found a good parking place for us out of Hong Kong for cargo flying. Let's see. The temperature is 10 degrees. The wind is 310 at 9. 310 degrees at 9 knots. Transition is 040. So transition is 40. I'm going to do a config 3 landing because it's the baby bus. And at Schiphol, the ILS, our minimums, we have to see the runway at 217 feet or we have to go around. No fear about going around. This is the spy flight. Okay. 68 miles to go to top of descent. On the descent, it's the Norku arrival. And that means we're good to 7,000 feet. ATC is gone, so let's put in 7,000 feet for now. And we'll just clear ourselves down to 7,000 feet. Might have to change that in a bit. Okay. Do I use TAA? Yes, I have switched. I tried to switch after the last update and stuff, but it still has the blurry numbers. And so, you know, I think that numbers should only be blurry after your 5th pint of beer. And I could barely do a pint and a half because I'm a pretty big lightweight right now, so, you know, gotta use TAA, Boeing Baga. Black Cobra is here. Cheers, Black Cobra. Thanks for coming in. And that looks good. Here comes our top of descent in about 40 miles. And let's go, and since there's no ATC, let's just do a little bit of our own ATC right now. And hit refresh, and I'll bet that's going to go awful blank. Average Canadian wants to buy a gaming PC. Hey, good luck with your gaming PC, Average Canadian. Okay, so we got there's KLM flight 120. Here's Berlin 441. So low-vis is right there. So I don't see anybody up ahead of us, so I don't think I'm going to bump into anybody. We're good to go. Air Hong Kong flies the route for the next flight if I'm looking for an airline. Lovis says we have a gaggle of airplanes approaching. Yeah, I see at least two right in front of you. You're going to kind of probably have to stomp on the brakes. There's also a Lufthansa coming up behind you, off your left wingtip. So you got a lot of airplanes. Average Canadian, good luck finding a computer that works that you like. I hope you're able to find one so you can join us. Okay, so Air Hong Kong, Lovis is taking a DLH, a DHL. Let's see, I was just going to go with the Panda livery. We're flying into China, so I was going to take the Panda Bear livery because that, you know, gives me a chance to do panda jokes. Or not real, but, you know. Okay, this is good. 40 miles. Oh, I never did seat belts. There's passengers back there that have had too much beer and need to go. IRL, they fly from RTIP to Kharov. And then when close to Kharov, it's vector to base and final. So what Wesley says we should do, you're talking about the transition, right? So the transition is after RTIP. So you would say on this, it's RTIP in BAM. I've only got these numbers here. Let's look at the ILS. Maybe that's where Kharov is. Hey, here's Kharov right here. So you're saying it's Wesley says after RTIP we should do Kharov for a 15-mile final. Okay, I can do that. RTIP sounds like that one guy in Metro Exodus. I was playing that a little bit on Tuesday, just, you know, not that I'm any good at it, but I was playing Metro Exodus Tuesday and got myself backed into a corner with all these zombies that I can't get away from, and I don't have enough ammo to get out of there. So I'm gonna have to figure out something. I think I'm gonna may need to go back a few steps to get some more, to get away from the. And I don't think there's zombies. They're radiation monsters or something like that. That's right. VATSIM is a big server for pilots. T-Bird, welcome in. Thanks for posting the silly little guy from Pokemon, Poke Pikachu. Welcome on in. The happiest hello emote on the internet, probably. Nothing to worry about here. We are 20 miles from top of descent. We have everything programmed in. So we'll do what Wesley says is after RTIP, we'll see. I've got nobody ahead of me, so I should be able to make it in just fine and do that. Mach 0.76. We're not really going all that fast today. It's kind of nice to have the McDo out again. I've been doing a lot in the Boeing and having the Wind Wing McDo there. Kind of makes me want to think about, you know, when the trade wars are over, maybe thinking about ordering the 777 FMS. Maybe thinking about the autopilot. I don't know. Just so that I could use that Boeing in VATSIM events and fly really, really tight, like I can with this. You know, fly really tight with the autopilots here. Coming up on 10 miles to top of descent. Let's go ahead and we'll press the button at 7 miles for a 007 descent. Nine miles. 8 miles. Almost time. Pick up the phone, call the saddle Deep 13, and there we go. Tell TV's Frank to press the button. And down we go. And down we go here. This looks good. Our descent has begun. It should take care of all the constraints coming in. EDDG, I believe that's Munster. I don't know if I said that right or not, but that's an airport I think we haven't been to. Average Canadian wants an affordable laptop. Good luck with that. USMC Vet, did your first flight with your Wind Wing McDo? It was great. I do. I really think that the Wind Wing stuff is great. I feel like the buttons, I've been using it now for a few months now, this one, and I feel like the buttons are going to be strong enough so they're not going to blow up on me, you know, in a year. So that's really nice. Using the autopilot and the EFIS makes things go faster, so I can make the turn. You know, if ATC calls and says, you know, make a turn here, I can usually make that turn really, really quickly. And I believe that is that airport there, Munster over there. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that one. Average Canadian wants to buy, thinking about the Lenovo Legion Pro 5i. No idea what that's like. Yeah, Tim Dog, with these new controls, I'm doing the same thing. I'm starting my turn halfway through the turn as I'm reading it back to them. And that's sort of probably like what the real pilots are doing too, so especially in an area where there's congested airspace and they expect you to turn on a dime. Turn on a dime is what they do. Aviation Ryan is aboard. Hey, Aviation Ryan. Our next flight is Hong Kong to, I'm probably mispronouncing this one too, Liangjiang. And we're taking the, I'm taking the FedEx Panda plane. And we need to switch to constraints. Got constraints on. Let's see. USMC Vet wants the side stick. You've got the Thrustmaster, but it seems a little off. Yeah, I think that the side stick from Thrustmaster is a great starter, but it's not going to be the one you're going to want to keep. I've been flying with the Wind Wing now for, about 6 months or so, and it's been really, really good. So there you go. Tim Dog says, IRL, the pilot flying is changing the heading in the autopilot while the pilot monitoring is reading it back. I know. Can you imagine, you know, not having to You know, being able to concentrate on either flying the airplane or talking on the radio, but not having to do both at the same time. Talk about a great training ground for pilots. This really is. Looks like low vis is on a downwind right now for the runway. There are 3 airplanes ahead of low vis. So there's low vis right there. There's 1, 2, 3 all lined up. A KLM, a Wizz Air, and a Scandinavian. Tower and ATIS are still up, so basically you set yourself up on the approach and ask for permission to land. Green is 2 behind low vis. Green was KLM flight 608 back there. Okay, KLM 608. Oh, okay, there you go. Looks like somebody is bringing an A380 in. A Lufthansa flight 388. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're number 8 for the runway. Coming in. If you're new to VATSIM, I think that the next flight that we're planning on doing is not going to have a lot of ATC. So if you just kind of discovered us, but you're not ready to deal with crazy, you know, demanding ATC, this might be a really good flight. The next one might be good for you to join us on. Maybe I should go over and look before I make any pronouncements like that, huh? I've noticed all sorts of ATC over the UK a little bit more. Okay, what do we have here? VHHH, no ATC there, and we're going to ZGKL. There is a flight right here, ZGKL. So it's not the longest of flights, but no ATC, like I said. So this might be a really good one. And then we've got a flight. It's basically midway up India, about halfway up. UK looks great tonight. Well, it's Sherlock Holmes Day, so naturally it would be great in the UK because they're celebrating Sherlock Holmes Day, right? Sunjammer has already informed me that I'm not allowed to do my Sherlock Holmes guy impression today, so I have to be good. Off-world, welcome aboard. When you land, are you planning on having a snack? An EHAM sandwich? Yes. And making that kind of a sandwich is not for amateurs. Fun fact, the area where Lufthansa 388 is flying over is actually man-made. The whole project was finished in the 60s. So Wesley says this whole area was filled in. So all of this was like water. And so they filled that in to make more room for places for people to live. Wesley calls it Flevoland. Flevoland, the new theme park from Disney. I'm going to guess that it's far enough up north that there was no need for a alligator reclamation project. Flevoland is what it's called. Carney says it's Flevoland. And my guess is it is probably pretty close to, or maybe even a little bit below sea level, since it was reclaimed from water and marshes and stuff. Nobody's ahead of me. Direct to Oscar. Let's give ourselves a shortcut here. Direct to Oscar. Probably only going to kick about a minute off of our flight, but still. Yes, if you pronounce it in English, it would be like Flevoland. It's actually an island that's north of that. There's a Wizz Air flight who cut in and Tower made him go around. Ooh. So that Wizz Air's going around. I'll bet that pilot's not feeling like a real whiz right now. Sadly, have not heard an awful lot of good stuff about Wizz Air. How about let's just go direct to RTIP. Let's just go right to the star. There's nobody ahead of me. Offworld wants to know if children learn about Sherlock Holmes in elementary school. Of course they do. That's elementary, Dr. Watson. And we're going to need a little speed brake, touch fast. And then after RTIP, there's nobody ahead of me, so and of course one of the best villains there ever could be, Professor Moriarty. I always thought that there would be a third of the more modern Sherlock Holmes movies, but I guess they just weren't able to put it all together to make it happen. So that would have been fun. Have you noticed people cut in on 122.8? You mean cut in front of you while they're on 122.8? I figure that maybe they feel that they just get to cut in. The rules don't apply up, and when they're there. Oh yeah, see, I don't know how many people that are on 122.8 are going to have a map up like this one, so that I can make sure that I don't cause a problem. Wesley, I think what I've got is a direct to Takeoff. Let's see if we've got that in the flight plan. So flight plan, after RTIP, I've got the other waypoints, and I've got Nuco. So I don't actually have the Takeoff transition in. So what we'll do is after RTIP, we could just plug that in, or we'll just do a direct to Takeoff on that one. So for flight plan, there's RTIP. We could go and turn this off, and let's do, so it's KAROF, KAROF. We'll put that over SPL and insert there. And then we'll pick up the ILS from there. I'm not seeing the Wizz Air that Loviz was talking about that had to go around. Loviz says this was a busy approach. And Just Jack has arrived. Welcome in, Just Jack. Our next flight is departing out of Hong Kong. No idea the correct pronunciation. Chep Lock Cock, I'm guessing. So we're not doing the Kai Tak departure. We're departing out of the real Hong Kong right now. We never usually go there. Which I think I heard part of that island for the new Hong Kong airport is now sinking. Because they built it, dumped a bunch of water, rocks and gravel in there to build the island for the airport. Now some of it's sinking, I guess. Loviz is starting the day with a minus 150. What a great landing rate to start the day with. See, they should have just kept Kai Tak open. That airport wasn't sinking. Wesley says I should remove SPL and AM 160 through 162 from the route. Okay, so flight plan. And Wesley says to clear SPL and 160 through 162. And that means we could probably remove the discontinuity and insert. And the airplane just chirped at me. Loviz went straight for AM 160 and flew the RNAV in. I know, just Jack. You spend all this money on a nice new airport and it starts sinking. Check. Chap Lock Cock is probably the correct check. So check lap cock. Okay. Building an airport on an artificial island and it's sinking. What do they expect? Oh. Off-World keeping the comedy club wide open today, as we should, the day before Friday. As we should. Let's see if we got a new ATIS here. Information India is now current. Let's see. Let's just look at performance. Altimeter 1017. That hasn't changed. Temperature is 10. Wind 340 at 9. Yeah, wind has changed a bit.
Welcome aboard,
Wind 340 at 9. Everything else is the same. Back to performance. So India's aboard. It's Jose. Did I say that? Kind of close to right. It's Jose CRC. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Average Canadian is looking for gaming laptops. Wesley says we're almost over the artificial island right now. And it even says Flevoland, like you were saying in chat. So it does say we're over Flevoland. Okay, here comes our tip. And our descent's pretty good. 250 knots, that looks great. Let's see. I'm going to go auto brakes low. Speed brakes are armed. And we are passing 11,000 feet. Doing pretty good on our speed. We'll be below 250 knots like a good pilot there. Nothing to worry about there. Let's go seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. Got another company message. Berlin Ops, no ADC. We departed on time today. Hey, Black Dog. There's also a freeware airport for our next arrival airport, Liangjiang, at flightsim.to. I think that might be a link to it if you need a freeware airport for the arrival. Some of us, I'm taking a 777. Make it a cargo run with panda bears. Okay, all of that looks good. Navigraph at Takeoff. Nuco is 3,000 feet. Let's let the airplane continue the descent. Wesley says the controllers at EHAM are going to give us a few miles before Takeoff. They're going to give us vectors for the approach. Okay, that's cool. Well, we could give ourselves vectors too. Let's see. EHAM tower is 119.23. 119.23. There is no EHAM ground, just an EHAM tower. Okay, looking good here. And our descent's going to put us right where we want to be at Takeoff. Briggsy, happy Sherlock Holmes Day. Hey Briggsy, I think you were the first to mention this over on Discord today. Thanks for reminding me that it's Sherlock Holmes Day. This is one of the favorite hats of all time. So thank you for doing that. Happy Sherlock Holmes Day.
Delta 2785 after departure, Monster advisory 122.8, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff, wind 340 degrees, 9 knots, bye-bye.
After departure over to
the Dutch are experts in land reclamation. It's true.
Have a good evening.
It's Dutch engineers who came over to the UK and put a drainage system throughout Lincolnshire, which in the past was very much underwater. Also, I believe, I don't know if I've got the history straight on this, there was a famous spy radio station called the Lincolnshire Poacher. I don't know if it was in Lincolnshire or not. And I believe it was one of the number stations during the days of the Cold War. Landing lights. Nose light. Cabin call. I am not disappointed that Amsterdam is landing on the 36 right today, as opposed to landing us on the Polderbaan for a long, long taxi. I don't know if it's the longest taxi in the world, but it sure could be. Cabin secure, flaps 1. LS, just to give us some additional reference in the cockpit. I am not a ham radio operator, but I do like a good ham sandwich. And my interest in things like the Lincolnshire Poacher and stuff like that comes from the espionage angle, because some of that is interesting. And, you know, oddly, those number stations, if you have a one-time pad that's set up really good, unless, you know, the big spy agencies have a super-duper computer that's really, really good, a one-time pad and a number station is a virtual uncrackable code. Oh, Two Tone's doing lots of stuff. Doing really good YouTube videos as well, too, for people that are new to flight sim, especially things like on VATSIM stuff. And has the Briggsy has the Two Tone always full pint of beer. Flight attendants, please have a seat for landing. Here we come. Dennis Robart is in chat. Twitch does not take phone numbers. They want email. AOL doesn't allow you to log in. So you're having a problem with something, Dennis, over on Twitch? I see you're on YouTube, though, so if we can help you figure out what you're trying to do, let us know. Reaper is back in chat. Good to see you, Reaper. Thank you for coming back in, doing well here. I hope it's been good for you as well.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard.
Welcome
agent.
on in.
Stay sharp.
812336 did a follow. Welcome on into you too. Carney says Shanghai runway is the longest taxi. So that's the longest one, really. 30 minutes. Olivance is back in chat too. But Reaper, thank you for coming back in today. Doing really good. Our airplanes are awesome. VATSIM ATC has gotten really, really good too. Hi Martin, welcome to you. Okay, there is a FedEx ahead of me. That's going to be turning first. I'm going to go to 180 right now just to give us a little bit of space with that FedEx. Let me make sure. Oh, that FedEx isn't coming in here. That FedEx isn't coming in. Let's keep it up to 210. It's flying over us. We don't care about that FedEx. They're going someplace else. Hi, Solzy. Welcome aboard. Dennis says that AOL is now Yahoo and you get nowhere with them. Yes. Some of those old accounts and stuff are probably pretty much impossible. Loviz had the shortest taxi ever at EHAM today, off the runway in gates Charlie 16. Love a short taxi. Got Clyde Slope and localizer. Okay, we've got the airline of Portugal. They have just departed. No, the TAP flight is, I believe, coming in. Wonder if they're going to try and slide that one in before me.
SPR 937, ready to check.
George, welcome to you.
Hello.
Not any gas.
There's a BCS airplane. Yeah, that's way behind me. I'm not worried about it. I should show you what I'm looking at. So we've got the airline of Portugal here. I don't know what they're doing. But they came in from Porto. This is ours, so we're going to go ahead and set up for ours. I have no idea what this one's going to try.
Oh, okay, you are there again. SPR 937,
hey Chris, welcome aboard.
Runway 27.
Yeah, Portugal 937, yeah,
1017
there is no
on the
traffic on the exit
altimeters.
runway, so runway 27 clear to land to wind 340 degrees 9 knots.
Clear to land, runway 27 at Portugal 937.
Portugal 937, I ask you to vector 436 right because that's the active runway, but in this case it's okay.
Oh, I didn't copy that information, sorry.
It's also in the 80s.
Oh, sorry.
Azores 174, ready to taxi.
Well, they got the wrong runway twice, it looks like Love is. Martin got a nice answer from Mathis. I got a nice comment from Mathis too over on YouTube. Matthias, I'm sorry. Flaps 2? And here's our nice little turn. We'll give them a call when we're turning final. And let's go ahead and we're going to arm the approach. Approach is now armed. And we are 12 miles out. Let's do landing gear now. I bet we're going to get busy. Schiphol Tower, hello there from Air Berlin Flight 441. We are just turning finals for the ILS runway 36 right.
Air Berlin 441, hello, runway 36 right, clear to land, wind 310 degrees 6 knots.
36 right, clear to land, Berlin 441, thanks. I haven't got all that down yet. I've got to learn how to do that. I will pick that up eventually from I'll pick that up eventually to learn how to do predictions. Hey, Knudden, you made it just in time for landing, and then we've got another flight out of Hong Kong, which is next, Knudden. Robert Randazzo is better explaining instead of vomiting. Oh my. I should pre-read. I can't argue. I thought Robert did a good job on the latest Robert Randazzo video. Okay, approach phase is armed. Looking good. I thought the last one was good. I enjoyed it. Okay, we're all set here. Whoops. Shall we do airplane flying? AP is off. No reason to panic. Pro sim pilot at the controls here. Let's see. Gerald AR8 says that Denver covers more kilometers than Orlando, Washington, Dulles, and Amsterdam. Really have found. Tic Tac just arrived. Welcome in, Tic Tac. Really have found that the smaller the control movements on your side stick, the better. And manage speed for landing. Flaps 3. Little low. ECAM checklist is green. Lovis doesn't like flying through Denver as a passenger. Man, we've had different experiences there. We have had different experiences. Whenever I go through Denver, it's always really nice. Now, for me, I'm always going through first thing in the morning. And so maybe that's a little bit different for me.
Lufthansa 3 Hotel Yankee, hello, cleared.
Plus, they're always really nice to me at Itais.
Climb flight level.
The little place I go for breakfast sandwich in Concourse B. I mean, they're always really nice there. I usually get my second Baileys and coffee, you know. I think they do that for everybody. They don't know who the hell I am. I'm just another face there.
Taxi at Schiphol is always on the right hand side. Switch over to taxiway Alpha.
Light slow.
Sorry about that. Very good evening, Postman 2230, establishment local as 363. Postman 2230, hello, number 2.
Light slow.
Postman 2230.
Oh, now Loviz, I've never departed from DIA, but I have seen, you know, the security hall there, and it looks like a real. Yeah, I don't think that that's nice at all. So, landing. I've never had to go through security at DIA. I'm always just passing through.
Schiphol Tower, good evening. Sorry, Foxtrot Tango.
Terry 5 for Tango, still outside my airspace. Contact me when you're on final, but I will probably be closing before that time.
Roger, Terry 5 for Tango. Thank you.
Then 441, welcome to Schiphol, taxi Charlie 13.
Charlie 13 for Berlin 441. Thanks for the nice quick taxi and the nice ATC. Have a good weekend.
You're welcome, you too. Postman 2230, runway 36 right, jet land, wind 310 degrees, 6 knots.
365, later, Postman 2230.
This is 174, posting runway 367.
Roger.
Charlie 13. What did Volanta say? See if I got all my lights good. I don't want to be blinding people. Yep, we got all the lights are good. So, let's see. Where is Volanta? Volanta is right here.
Runway process.
And
Source 174, taxi only point Victor 4.
Volanta said 346. We were a little bit beyond the touchdown, 346. I don't believe that. No way, Jose. That was just too nice. There's butter on the runway. I don't care what Volanta says. Volanta's being mean again. Uh-oh. I may have gone to the wrong one. Let's just come on in here and get out of this guy's way. That's right. Volanta's being mean. All right. Next flight is the 777 out of Hong Kong. VHHH. VHHH. Oh, it was just a little bit further? Oh, okay. I didn't go and get a gate map when I should have. So we're at the Delta gates.
Postman 2230, welcome to Schiphol. Taxi
Hey, Landy.
Sierra 82.
Yes.
At Sierra 7.
There was an update for it. I don't know where I got it.
Sierra 82 or at Sierra 7, Postman 06, Postman 2230.
Parking brakes. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where it is that I might have picked that one up.
Air Source 17456.
And engine 1, engine 2, looking good there. And fuel pumps. And off, and off. And beacon and seat belts. And come on over here, hit deboard. Do Phoenix, ground, jetway, cargo, and let it handle the rest. Just sure. Yeah, I've got several emails. Yeah, that's not. It's not as easy as you thought. If you have Fly Tampa EHAM, that I know the old Fokker on the rooftop. That sounded really, really crude of me, but yes, there is one. It's one of the coolest parts of Amsterdam, and it's actually right over here. Loviz, is this the Fokker that's going to be coming out? We've got the F-28. Is this a 100? I think this is the 100. And this is the newest one. We're going to be getting that airplane right there. I think that's the new one that they're going to be putting out. It is a 100, and so I think that's the new thing that's coming out. It looks like you can even go aboard. So, wow, wow, wow. Wouldn't it be great to have some time to kill here in at Amsterdam? Loviz says this airplane should be coming out almost any time now. Almost any time. We need to do a trip to Schiphol someday. We made it. Nobody was hurt. I think it is just flight. Yes. Let's see. Wesley says there's also a restaurant up there. What's good? What's the good food to get there? This is also a good place to go up for plane spotting. Oh, I'll bet for sure. How did it get up there? So what happened is the pilot was coming in actually on the same runway that we were coming in on. And instead at the last minute, they made a left turn and then pulled the power back at the right moment and stalled the plane so it just went plop right on the roof. Kidding. I have no idea. They probably used a crane, but it made for a great story, right? There you go. Okay, let's go over here and let's go to Hong Kong. I don't know. Almost correct, Gerald, about the landing. I thought it might have been Brandenburg there's a free update. So there was a free update for Brandenburg there that I need to go and get. I think they should just do the updates automatically and don't bug us with it, especially since they want to do all of this what is the word? Streaming stuff. So Gerald, that was almost a correct story. Almost as good as the 727 landing at Meigs Field so that they could take it down to the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. Now that one, they actually did land it there. It was not the prettiest of landing, but they got it on the ground and stopped it. So, congratulations to them. I think my sim has frozen. I've noticed that every now and then the new flight simulator tends to freeze on exit. So we'll just use Task Manager to get out of there and give it a second to chill. Let's also come down here. We don't need wind wing for this one. So we can exit out of there. And we're going to use just the side stick for that. Weirdly enough, Carney's 2020 doesn't freeze, and it never did before. This has only just started. It started after Sim Update 2. Eastside Schiphol was the factory for Fokker Industries. Wow. Do they still... Well, Fokker, the company, that kind of got folded into Airbus in the end, right? Do they still do anything? Martin says Captain Whip was flying the 757 in X-Plane. There is going to be a nice 757 that's coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to be some time, though. Shall we go get our FedEx 777 here? I already see Russ is over here. So Russ is waiting. So FedEx is on the south side of the ramp here. Let's go do a flight plan. SimBrief. New flight. It is actually a really cool airplane. FDX. We're departing out of VHHH. We're going to ZGKL. ZGKL. We're going to take the 777F, which is actually that one, I believe. And we want the Panda plane, FedEx. I'm going to board my usual 15 extra minutes of fuel. Just cause. It's got us departing off of 25 center and landing on runway 1. No real way to check that in the moment. Let's just go with that and see what happens. Martin, we are taking the 777F. Yes. Let's get a PDF copy of our flight plan and save that to the desktop. Let's go to SimBrief over here and pre-file on VATSIM. SimBrief said flight level 340341. Oh my gosh, we're flying in China. You know what that means, right? Meters. Fortunately, this airplane has a meters button, right? So it looks like that's going to be the center runway, so we're going to come over here for our departure. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let me come over here. And let's do Russ setup for 25 left that we ought to think about doing. We could easily go to 25 left, Russ. I'm also putting a link to my PDF flight plan in chat for you too. Okay, title is good and all that's set. Let's clear out some stuff here. So we don't need our taxi out of Berlin. We don't need our gate out of Berlin. We will not be squawking 1000. We don't need that frequency. And we don't need that plan. And we can bump this up a level. Cool. Over on the flight plan, we're going to go to flight level 1040. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, this is going to be 1040. And let's come over here, and here is our route. Okay, all that looks good. Let's see if we can't go get the Panda plane now. All right, everything's set. What could possibly go wrong? Free flight. There's our cute little Air Berlin. We're done with that. Now let's go get the 777. And the Panda plane has already been selected, so we can save and go back. And we can come over here. VHHH. Hong Kong International. And we're going to try and grab a place to park at FedEx Land. How about, it looks like the FedEx ramp is down here. K29. The numbers are different, so I'm having to count gates. So the numbers were different here in the scenery as opposed to the gates to the stands over here. I think if I did it right, we're going to be at X-ray 27. X27. Okay, that looks good. And let's see, we want to make sure to get Volanta started up so that the angry Volanta voice doesn't get us. Uh-oh, I'm at the Cathay Pacific Cargo Terminal. I don't think we should fly at night on this one. Flying at night's no fun. Oh, well, that looks pretty good. And to give you an idea of just how big the airplane is, this is the normal height of a human. This is the normal height of a human compared to our big 777 here. Okay, let's get in the cockpit. Somebody just followed over on YouTube. Thanks for the follow on YouTube. Welcome in. Okay, let's look over here. And this is going to be a FedEx flight. And we're a B77. It's an L, right? Yeah, 777F is also known as a B77L. So we've got that right, I hope. Now, there should be an airplane right next to me if I counted the gates correctly. Otherwise, this will be a bit embarrassing. A little nervous here. I don't see FedEx Flight 209. I hope I didn't pop in right on top of them. Oh, is Russ behind me? Oh, look at that. There's those two airplanes. Oh, okay. So there's Russ over there. All right, well, at least I didn't spawn on anybody, so we can go ahead and do this. Shall we just go and leave the clock alone for now and we'll change the time later? This is actually looks like it's lit up pretty nice, and I think it's sunrise there. I think it's sunrise, so we can go and do a nice flight. My airplane is cold and dark, so that means everything should be off in the cockpit, but ground power should be plugged into the airplane because I changed my PMDG cold and dark, and there's ground power cables. So we're all ready for people. So we'll come on over here, and the first thing I'm going to do is go to ground. Chocks are in place. Ground power is aboard. I'm going to go to ground service vehicles and request stairs and the cargo door. And if you look over here, you can see the doors opening and the stairs are coming up. And the big door is opening too. Russ, T-Bird, yes, we are taking Wilson volleyballs. Lots of Wilsons today. And if we look actually in the cabin, I've also gone and emptied the cabin too. So it's all ready for more immersion. You can see the doors open. When the doors open, there's a little safety netting that goes across the doorway. That'll disappear. That's right. Passengers need their coats and their flashlights. Okay, let's come over here and go electronic flight bag and request flight data. I thought we flew this yesterday. Why do I have to reconfigure? All right, sorry, you're gonna have to go outside. I bet I have to go and do Hoppy A-Cars too. So check the weather outside and see if it's gonna be raining while I go and reset this stuff. Very annoying. Yeah, all of these are gone. I don't know what the problem is, but I got to do it almost every time with this plane. Okay, let's see. My sim brief alias Well, I don't want to give him my real name. It's got to be alias. So there we go. And we need to do Hoppy Acars. And there's Hoppy. And my network is going to be Hoppy. Weather source is the sim, although we could change that to real world. Well, I've already got it in the sim, so let's just leave that alone. Save. And my Hoppy ID is valid. Okay, we're done with that. Come on back in. I did click Save Preferences each time, Landy. Okay, request data. Hey, there's our flight. And there's our weather. And then those are the first things that I'll do there. Then I'll turn on the airplane because it takes a while for the airplane to warm up. So let's do battery. Let's do primary power, secondary power. Let's come over here. I'm going to flip on the nav and logo lights. Let everybody know that there's somebody up front pushing buttons. Windshield heaters, emergency exit lights, and we're going to turn on the ADARUs and the cabin utility so that the galley works and we'll get coffee. But no, Landy, I did click save because that's how it tells me that my Hoppy Acars is valid. Totally crazy, right? Okay, now what I usually will do is I will come in here and we're going to do charts while the airplane's warming up. So departure is VHHH, airport briefing. So here we go. And then we'll just kind of look over here. Looks like this is a good. So here we are on the cargo apron. Lima 3, Kilo. This actually works pretty good. And we're going to switch our runway to 25 left and then instead of the center. So that's going to be good. High flying Eli. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to pin the airport chart. Good. Now our SID going out is going to be the Beacol 1 Delta. Beacol 1 Delta. Now we may need to change this since we're flipping our runways around. So if you look over here, this is for 25 center. We want it for 25 left. So instead of the 1 Delta, maybe it's the 1. That's 2 center. 25 left. Yep. Okay, we want the Beacol 3 Bravo departure. Runway 25 left. So it's going to be the 3 Bravo. I'm going to update my charts right there. My flight plan with 3 Bravo. So we use the right departure. And that's it. Our arrival today is going to be QP9W. QP9 Whiskey arrival. So we're going to come over here at QP, and that's... This one's called Ertang. And it's the 9 Whiskey. So 9 Whiskey, chug, chug, chug up over here to Quifeng Ling. 250 knots, slow down here. Kind of chug, 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 chug around down here. And the initial approach fix is going to be KL403. Okay, so this is the one we want. Did I pin this one okay? No. So we have to get QP9 Whiskey. QP9 Whiskey, and that's pinned. Approach is 01. Runway 01. We have an RNAV ILS DME. So let's see. If it picks it up at KL403, we're in business. KL403, that's good. Our platform altitude is 3,940 feet. And the runway heading is 007. Okay, this is going to be a good flight. Here's the airport. Runway 007 is the heading in. And parking stands. There's the apron. I'm guessing cargo land is somewhere in here. Okay, we got all of our charts. Make sure we've got them all. So airports, that looks good. SID, star, runway, all is right with the world. And the cockpit is come to life. So FMC, navigation data is good. Position in it. We are at VHHH. Okay, our gate number is X27. And if we zoom way in here, it shows that we are at X. Actually, I'm at X17. We are at X17, not 27. Okay, so let's put that in here. X17. Compare that with the GPS position. It's spot on. And then grab one of those and put them in the boxes. One of the things that I've also kind of found about this airplane that's good is to go slow while you're putting stuff in. I think that flight simmers and stuff like to point and click really, really fast. It's best to go slow. Route request, and our route is green, so we can just request it right there. Let's set the payload. Airplane is loaded. Set fuel. Fuel is loaded. Set route. And this one takes a little bit, so you got to be patient. Irvi is playing deep sea net fishing. Deep sea net fishing. Excuse me. My guess is that you're probably going to be able to go and get free sushi. Okay. Forecast uplink, wind data, performance, route. And then after it's done there, we have to load it. Here comes the route. And all of this is in this airplane, and it's really awesome. Okay, so all that looks good. The route looks right. I'm eyeballing that with the route I just clicked over. And that looks good too. Now we have to activate it and execute it. You nicked one of your catches for fish and chips. See, that's the way to go. And get all that said. Let's do departure and arrival. We're going to do what Russ said and do runway 25 left for a faster taxi with the Berkel 3 Bravo. And execute. Come on back in. We'll put in the arrival. It's going to be runway 1. We have an ILS Yankee or Zulu. So now's a good time to go over and look and see which one we clicked. I got the Zulu. So ILS Zulu, runway 1. We're going to do the QP9 Whiskey. QP9 Whiskey. Via KL412, I think, but memory is getting old. So let's go here and be like the real pilots, look it up and make sure. We're supposed to be using KL403. KL 403. How about that? KL 403 and execute. Looking good. Let's go ahead and we're going to close the big door. Side cargo, we're loaded. So now the big door is going to close. Everything's in the plane. And that looks good. Back to route and performance. SimBrief in its wisdom. Let's go ahead and accept all of this. It says flight level 104 now. Oh my gosh, we've got to do the meters thing. IS Mach. Oh, I almost said Shirley. Surely there is a meters button here. There's one in the MD-11. There's got to be a meter button. I don't think there's one. I don't think there is one. Maybe it's something elsewhere. It's near the barrow. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Meters. There it is. Hey, fly Sisio. Thank you. There it is. Okay, there's meters. Okay, so we're cleared to flight level 1040. That can't be right. 1040 is 5,000 feet. That can't be right. Let's go to flight level 310. Which is, I believe, what I filed for. It should tell us in the flight plan, right? What I filed my flight plan for. Flight 34,100 feet. So 34,100 feet. That's what we filed for. Which is according now. Oh, maybe they dropped a zero. Maybe they dropped the zero because now this is 10390 as opposed to 1040. So, okay, so that's what that is. They dropped the zero. They decimalize it like we do. Okay, so that's as close as we're going to get. All right, so that looks good. So let's go flight level 341. Okay. Our zero fuel weight should be 471.3. 471.4, close enough. Let's see, fuel is 47.2. That's correct as well. All set and ready to go. Let's go and do our next step here. First of all, we're going to go start up the APU. Start up the APU. Meters does not show up on the mode control panel. It's only going to be in the PFD. All right, so we can go ahead and we're going to close our main door. Stairs are gone. Main door is closed. Russ is pushing back right now. And there's also a Western Global flight too. If it was a trans-global flight, I would be worried. Door management. Arm all doors for departure. Doors are armed, so the slides are ready to go. We're just waiting for the APU to start. Does this give us an APU indicator on this? I don't see it does. All right. Secondary power disconnected, so that means we're ready to disconnect. So preliminary power, let's get the hydraulics up and going. Hydraulics are good to go. I'm going to release ground power now. Ground power is now released. And all of that looks good. So ground operations, no. Electronic flight bag. Our charts for departure say our runway heading is going to be... It's going to be 254 degrees. Okay. We should do our departure performance. Performance tool. We are departing off of 25 left. Import data. Import the weather. The altimeter is 2968. And calculate. 2968. Wow, really low barometric pressure today. Are we there yet? Amagarosa, not quite. But we're making progress. We had to hit the meters button on this. 2968. Cool. That's set. Okay, so we're going to derate -2 with a selected temperature of 48 degrees. Thrust limit, -2, 48 degrees. It's always flaps 5, it seems like. Trim, CG is 26.2. 26.2. Speeds for takeoff, 149, 151, 153. 149, 151, and 153. 153 up here. And now we're going to go do flight directors. When I get all 3 of these set and the altimeter, that's when I will go and turn on flight directors to tell me I've got it all done and we're doing good. Iowa Scotsman and Bear just arrived. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And Bear is here too. Bear, thank you for coming in as well. Okay, we're going to talk on 122.8. We don't use CTAF here. Turn on the radio. That looks good. I guess since we are, a spy flight, we might as well squawk 0007. Let's go on to transponder. All of that looks good. Let's go to ground operations. Chocks should be cleared. No, we got to do chocks. I think Russ just took off. I'm going to remove my chocks. No, wait. Parking brakes are different. Bonsoir, Mustache. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. Okay. Parking brakes are now set. Remove the chocks. And that page is now clear. We'll stay out of that for a while. And I'm going to do a checklist because we don't want to mess anything up. Oxygen is good. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter are set. That checklist is good. The doors are all closed. Let's do some cabin signs. Cabin signs are on. Fuel pumps. Let's get the beacon going on. Let's get pushback helper ready and call the tug. Mode control panel, V2 heading and altitude, heading track altitude is set, takeoff speeds are good, the CDU is done, trim is not set, 4.5. 4.25, 4.5. And trim is set. Taxi, checklist is complete. Beacon is on. Passenger signs are on. We're ready to go. Anybody behind me? Nope. Let's go. Parking brakes are going off and reverse. Mustache also said to stretch. Now's a good time to do that while we're pushing back. Thanks, Mustache. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. I think it's getting closer in France. I'm going to start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. There is so much in this airplane, and I gotta guesstimate. I'm probably, whoops, other way. I've got to guesstimate that I'm probably doing maybe 50 to 60% of what we should be doing with this airplane. You know. Good evening, Dad Game Time. Thanks for coming in today. And then straight back. And parking brakes. And the tug has already released itself. That's something somebody needs to fix with the coding on either the pushback or something else. And we got a good start on engine 1, starting 2. Engine number 2. And fuel. Koza Sem Adam. Koza Sem Adam. Did I say that even close to right? Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Perfect time. We're just starting up the engines here, getting ready to depart out of the big Hong Kong airport. Let's go ahead and start squawking transponder. So transponder. Oh, we're already doing that. Being a very good pod. It's just Koza. Thank you, Koza. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And engine number 2 is looking pretty good. That looks great. Let's do APU off. Let's do flaps 5. Let's do auto brakes to RTO. Let's do recall. TCAS is the only item that is shown up there. So anti-ice, recall, flight controls, ground gear. And let's go to flight controls now, and we'll do that just really quick here. Rudder all the way left, all the way right, looks good. Elevators all the way forward, all the way back. Ailerons left, ailerons right. Stabilizer trim is also showing up there, and that is correct too. That's done. Before takeoff checklist is complete too. It says our flaps are groovy, so that checklist is great. Let's get going. Parking brake is off. Koza is an explainer. You're surprised that there was no exact pushback planning. They have some things. I think, Koza, one of the things that's going on with my pushback truck is it is not been updated for 2024, and they've tried to automate a few things, and maybe that's part of the problem. So I think it needs a little bit of work. And now we go.
Traffic channel 851 heavy, line up and take off on runway 25 control for traffic.
Kent just arrived over on YouTube. Hi, Kent. Welcome aboard. Yep, just in time. Just pulling out. We're at the big Hong Kong airport here. Hong Kong traffic, there is a FedEx 777 coming out of Cargo Land. We are heading on over to runway 25 left for departure, Hong Kong. Cargo Land, the new theme park from Disney. It is a really cool airplane, Blue Rat, and the hat is the Deerstalker hat today because it is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is the author of Sherlock Holmes. So it's Sherlock Holmes Day. Uh-oh, there is Gate Gourmet. Look at that big building. Gate Gourmet. Hong Kong traffic. The FedEx 777 is taxiing onto runway 25 left at Kilo 5. Hong Kong. Oh, and taking off too. I don't see any reason to panic. Life is good. I don't see anybody on approach. I'm just going to go and zoom out my map here. Nope, nobody's there. And strobes. 25 left. The paint looks good there. And landing lights. I think we're ready to go. Throttle's up about halfway. LNAV, VNAV. Auto thrust. Patrick is back. Welcome back, Patrick. 80 knots, steering with rudder pedals. Thrust is set. V1, rotate. Positive climb gear. Got blown off just a little bit, but it was fun to look outside. If we were coming in to Kai Tak, we would be flying the opposite direction of where we are flying right now, right around this island. So that would be our arrival there. And turn. AP. Flaps 1. And flaps up. AP's got us, so we should have a really nice departure. Well, we're not actually going out over Hong Kong itself, I don't think. Somebody's over at Kai Tak, though. Did I forget seatbelts? I know Tom Hanks better watch it on this one. hopefully there's plenty of Wilsons. Forgot to do Terra. Airplane's got us pretty good here. We've got meters set up. Will you buy the 777 FMC from Winwing? Oh, dat guy Mo. I'm thinking about it. I'm getting a little tempted, so that at some point maybe I'll pick up the 777 FMC and mode control panel, flight control panel here. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see what the economy's going to do, if it's going to go crazy. If dogs and cats are living together, mass hysteria. Let's see. Average Canadian's now going to build a new PC. Tom Hanks crashed in a DC-10. See, that's it. I think that they had two different airplanes. They had like two different airplanes in that movie that I think was supposed to be this. It's been a long time since I saw it, but yeah. Mustache, thank you for reminding me to stretch a long time ago. And let's see, the number of airports. So here we are taking off over here, and there's VHHH, so there's Kai Tak over there. Here's Russ FedEx 209. So we're gonna probably get a nice view of Hong Kong here. A nice sunrise departure. I'm sure there's got to be more than just this airport and Kai Tak. Yeah, the Kai Tak approach is a famous sim pilot airport. I know, Dennis, it's a cruise ship terminal right now. I'd always thought it was really cool. For a while after they tore it up, they left a little bit of the original runway there, and they were going to give it to the people who fly radio airplanes, radio remote control airplanes, so that they could fly around in that area at the original Kai Tak runway. I thought that that was a really neat thing to do. I guess, though, the real estate there, the space is just so valuable. It was just so valuable that they couldn't do it. Altimeter standard. And after takeoff checklist is good. And back to engines. Blue Rat wants to know ZGKL. Oh, that's our airport. It's Liangjiang Airport, I think. Liangjiang, I'm not sure, but that is in, it's in China. I don't know exactly where, but it's not too far. Lights, seatbelts to auto. Come on, clouds, get out of the way. We want to see Hong Kong. There are two lighting enhancement files that you can get at flightsim.to. They're free. And I really suggest you grab those for a nighttime arrival into Kai Tak. It really is worth it. It's absolutely worth it for sure. And there's Hong Kong right there. I think. Actually, no. I think that is another island. Nope, I think that's it right down there. I think that might be the old airport, perhaps. No, I think it's over here. I think it's over in here. It's over here. Something has changed in my ground scenery. I guess my ground scenery, something's changed in my settings that makes it blurry at distance, so I've got to go and fix that, Landy. I don't know exactly what. So, Kai-Tak is right off of our wingtip here. Oh, there it is. Hi, Kai-Tak. There's our favorite airport. Landy says my terrain level of detail. Shall we just take a look at it real fast? Let's just go and look and see. So we're going to go into settings, and we're going to go to graphics and global rendering, and it's terrain level of detail. I have objects level of detail, traffic, road, ambient, terrain shadows, ray tracing. Maybe it's objects level of detail. So maybe let's kick this up to, how about 150 and see what it's like. Save and go back. And main menu. No, not main menu. Resume. Okay, maybe that's it. It kicked me off VATSIM real fast. Let's get back in. You can also get auto FPS to do that too. I scrolled past it several times. I'm sure I did. Objects is different, so I still needed to do terrain level of detail. So I still didn't do that right. The terrain level of detail needs to be set at least 100. And Astro Singularity says it's the first item. Settings. Let's try this again. Terrain level of detail. I'm going to go and set that to 150 like I set the other one. Okay, it likes 145. That's a little better. I think that's a little better. Maybe it could be even better. Let's see. Landy says go and get auto FPS. Actually, that's not bad for this altitude. That's not bad. Why don't we go and do that? Okay, how's our departure here? Not so bad. Good evening, Pyroblaster. We just blasted out of Hong Kong. We're going to Liangjiang. Oh, and I need to get back on VATSIM. Okay, let's see what we see here. There should be several airplanes coming out. That actually looks a lot better. Why don't we go with that one? Pyroblaster has also heard something good about auto FPS. Sim update 2, boy, oh, it did. It totally changed all my settings, Landy. I had everything set up and it was working good, and it changed it all. Does it calibrate your settings? I guess, I don't know. Do I use map enhancement? Slightly madness, not to my knowledge. The only real maps that I use are right in here. But that's about it. I think we're done with our departure. Yep, we're clear of the departure. We turned on meters for this flight. Pyroblaster, I thought that was too. I thought they were saved someplace else as well. So all of our lights are good. We don't need the logo light anymore. Fuel is on, so everything looks good there. We've done our checklists. Progress says we are 319 miles out from Liangjiang Airport. In a way, yes, it automatically raises and lowers your terrain level of detail and your object level of detail based on what FPS target you want to achieve. Smooth without stutters. With a moderate amount of eye candy. Doesn't have to be the greatest amount, but a little bit, please. Our next flight is in India, and I have no idea what to fly for this one. So let's search by route. We're departing out of VOHS Airport. VOHS. We're going to VOMM. Let's see what normally flies this route. Okay, there is an airline called Indigo that flies A320neos, and there's Air India Express that flies 737 Maxes. Alliance Air flies an AT-72. Landy says there's a good VOHS, so we ought to look for that too. Amagarosa, not really. What I basically have done is, you know how in the Airbus you lift the levers and that's pull it back for, I've got the levers lifted up per, you know, the little catches, so I've lifted them up and locked them in place, and I just use the full throttles. And I let auto throttle handle it most. So it looks like Indigo, there's another airline called Blue Dart. And Landy says we ought to look and see about a VOHS scenery. So we'll go to our old buddy Wind Sailor. Wind Surfer, Wind Sailor, Wind Sailor. And we're going to look at VOHS and see what we get. But I really didn't have to do an awful lot with that, Amagarosa. VOHS. Here's one over here, 6.2 thousand downloads. It's 9 months old. Here's one that's 12 months old. So this might be a really good one for us to snag. And let me put this in chat for you if you want to go and get this. I just sent you a link, Revolver Man. I just sent you a link for this. And let's go and we'll download that. Now I'm using Wind Sailor, which it automatically puts us in the right place, but it's flightsim.to. And let's start our download. And we'll go and get that for a while. How are we doing on the climb? 31,000 feet, nothing to worry about there. Looks like we got plenty of space between us and Russ. Russ is more than 20 miles ahead of us, so we're good to go there. And then we'll also look and see if there's one for the arrival, VOMM, but we'll check that after this one's done downloading. Don't want to overtax the internet connection here. Mountain Man just arrived. Hello, Mountain Man. So you had to cancel your flight because of weather, your real world flight. Is it going to be rescheduled soon? Mountain Man is doing real-world flying lessons right now. There's a great freeware for VOMM. Cool, so we'll be able to get both of those for our third flight today. And there's our final cruising altitude. Zinkel. Actually, if you go into SimBrief and create an airframe from there, it should give you a really good one that's just perfect for the PMDG airplanes. Yeah, Znickel, you should be able to find it simple right there. They've got all the PMDG liveries within SimBrief. And there's our final cruise. We are 136 miles from top of descent. Our arrival airport says winds are variable at 1 meter per second, light showers, altimeter is 1004, it's 26 degrees. So nice weather coming on in for a nice morning flight out. Mountain Man just got home from a flight. Hey, Mountain Man. Awesome. How did it go today? And Karis Wings is back in chat. Welcome back to you. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you for coming by. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. So close, we're just going to call it the weekend. It's also Sherlock Holmes Day because this is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday. So it's Sherlock Holmes Day. Mountain Man had a good flight. It was bumpy and it got windy towards the end. It seems to do that in your neighborhood. It seems to do that. I need to set my heading bug to 319 degrees so it's always pointed straight up. We've got some good freewares today, it looks like. Tomorrow's first flight, we're departing from Hanover and we're going to Heathrow. So it is Frankfurt Friday, but we're departing out of Hanover to try and do things a little bit different every now and then. So kind of like every other week now, we're going to do like Heathrow, Frankfurt Friday, but I know, it's great to celebrate a little Sherlock Holmes Day. Sadly, Sherlock Holmes did not do an awful lot of flying, so there's not too many flying things we can do with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, but wow, this one's taking a while to download the first airport. Just Jack has departed from San Francisco on the way back to Honolulu. Yeah, that's a good flight. It's a really long one, though. I think the Honolulu run is about 4.5, 5.5 hours, depending upon the wind. If they were going to do like some VATSIM, a VATSIM. So let's see, we got cross the pond, cross the ditch. What would we call it for cross the puddle or something like that to Hawaii and back? That would be, if they decided to do a Hawaiian event. Volantis says it's going to be a 5-ish hour. Mountain Man, yeah, flying. Well, you know what? It's windy in the real world, so you definitely need to do that. Fly in the wind. And 200, so all of that looks good. The altimeter is 1004. So we can put 1004 in. And check that because it's really small and hard to read. 1004. Okay, now this is where it's going to get hard. So over on the approach, we're doing the RNAV and minimums. Oh, it's in feet. 770 feet. I thought we were going to have to do meters. So 770. So 740, 50, 770. Got to be careful when you're dialing it close down. And there is 770. So that looks good right there. And our altimeter is set to. And that's Russ just ahead of us still. A good 20 to 30 miles ahead. So we're good to go there. On the arrival, our initial descent clearance on the QP9 Whiskey arrival. So at QP, flight level 118. 157 to 138. We slow down, and here it's at 5910 at KL 403. And those are all meters. Okay, we got that one downloaded. Let's go find the other airport, VOMM. So, VOMM. And search. And we've got a VOMM airport here. Here comes that. I'm going to put this in chat if you want to go to flightsim.to and get it. Landy has checked it out and says it works. So there's the airport. And let's download it now. And then we'll put that in and activate it, and then go see if there's anything in the Phoenix library for the airlines that currently fly in there. Start. Okay, that looks good. And we are 80 miles from top of descent. Let's just go put 5910 in here. I'm just going to put 6,000 in to be lazy. That's close enough. Mustache says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And if you're flying with me too, this is hour 3 of flying with me. You should hydrate and stretch and posture check and do all those things. Thank you for the reminders to do that. Those are really appreciated. Okay, this one downloaded much quicker. Okay, so we got both of those. Now I'm just going to go ahead and drag those into the add-on linker over in just a file finder. I don't think they call them finders though here in Windows. Okay, so there were 2 that came with this. There's one that has no packs and one for VOHS. So there's one with no passengers and one that has them, I guess. So you get a choice. I think I'll just go and do the regular one and see what it looks like. And we'll put that into scenery. And now we can go and link those in and then go find ourselves an airport. Hi, J-Dubs. So we're going to link those in. So over in add-on linker, we need VOHS. And there's VOHS airport. And then we need VOMM airport. and link that in, and we have airports. So according to FlightAware, we should, let's see if we've got anything from Indigo in the Phoenix. Probably not, but we'll try. INDIGO. Indigo. No Indigo liveries. Hi, Speedbird. Welcome aboard. Martin, I don't think we have to worry about that unless we have something else. Let's just... How about anything from India? Nothing from Air India either. So Air India Express and Indigo, we don't have anything in the Phoenix. Well, we don't have a 737 yet. I didn't see any cargo flights, but we could take a BCS A300. So we could take the older Airbus. The add-on that I just used is called, the one to download is called Wind Sailor. Wind Sailor. And then add-on linker. Air India has an A350 livery. Ooh. We could take a 777 cargo liner. No, not a cargo liner. Not a cargo. We could take an A350. You haven't been in that. Let's go to Any Builds and get the A350 for Air India. Let's go and grab Any Builds liveries. Okay, liveries. And we want an A350 for MS 2024. Okay, there's Edelweiss, Swiss, Delta, Finnair, French B, Delta, British, Delta, Virgin, Cathay, Delta, Virgin, British, Turkish, Sassy, Lufty, Japan, Iberia, Ethiopia, Emirates, China Eastern, Cathay, Air France. Uh-oh, I think I went past it. Nope, no Air India in this one. It must be something else. And I'm generally just trying to stick with the official liveries just for now because it's just a little bit easier. I mean, I know I could go over to flightsim.to and probably get that one for the Phoenix. Well, let's go and just see what the TO is going to be like. Let's try that. Okay. So what we want is we want liveries. Well, I didn't want that. I just wanted liveries. Okay, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Well, it didn't go and get me liveries for all categories, recent, the month's best. Most downloaded, new categories. Well, that didn't work so well.
New recruit detected.
Johnny just did a follow. Johnny Bumbleseed, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Aircraft liveries. Let's go to Phoenix Sim. Now let's go Air India. How about Indigo? Okay, so here's an Indigo.
Reinforcements
Welcome
incoming.
back. So
More
we could
agents
do this.
joining the spy flight.
Here is Quas just did a raid. Hey Quas, welcome raiders. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Cleared Takeoff is here. HX Mill, thank you. Magic Eagles, welcome back in. Rommel, welcome to you. A generic raid message. A generic raid message is always a good one. Quas, thanks for the raid. Welcome aboard. Impossible Face came in too. Welcome to you. Caution Ignition. Cautious Ignition. So we got a few here. Here is a Phoenix Indigo with a cabin. Here is an Indigo with a cabin too. So let's see. This one is 2 years old. Why don't we grab this one? Looks like a nice cabin. So let's go and grab this. I think this just goes in the community folder, right? So let's put it, let's download it and get it in the community folder and try that. Landy says that isn't going to work. Why wouldn't that work? Look for one by Car-chan. Here's one, Indigo. Here's the A320 pack. Here is an Indigo with sharklets. IAE in cabin. Here is one, Indigo, and there's an update here. Oh, it looks like I may have already gotten this one. It looks like I may have already gotten this one. Realistic AK Phoenix V2. This looks like it might be nice. Let's go and grab this. I hope it's the whole thing. Now I'm going to go and put this just in MSFS downloads and we'll put it in 2024. Loviz says, nope, this won't work. It's not compatible. Okay, how about let's just do a cargo run in the A300. We'll just do a cargo run in the A300 because it's time for us to start our descent here. I'm just going to go and look. Here is one. It's not by that guy. I see one over here that says it's 2024 compatible. Here's one that says it's compatible for both. I'll go and grab that instead. And maybe that'll work. Doesn't have a cabin, but that's okay. Let's try that. We'll use that one. Okay, those are downloading, and so that's going to be 2020, 2024 compatible. All right, how we doing here? We've got altimeters preset, the baro is preset, and everything's good here. I think we're just ready to do our descent in. So we got airports and we got a good livery for this. I'm just looking to make sure which one. We've got 2 of them. We're coming into China right now. 153.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, I want the one that is DCD. Okay, that one's almost done. Okay, coming into China, something else had. J-Dubs just did a resub while I was trying to find a livery. Hey J-Dubs, thanks for resubbing. J-Dubs has been here for 2 months. Thanks for some nice support. Great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for coming in today. All right, I think we're good. Let's come on over here and extract this one, and we're gonna put it in. We're gonna put it in Flight Sim 2024 in the community folder, and it should be good. And we should be good. Okay, so we'll have an Indigo jetliner. And let's see, that one should have been FNX Aircraft 320 DCD. I'm just making sure it looks good. Okay, all that looks great. Now then, we ought to figure out a few things about our airplane. So, our airplane is going to be VTIHZ. That is our tail number. So it's VTIHZ. IHZ. Okay. And let's see, the livery has been updated and is shown with CFM engines. So it's CFMs. No, this is IAE engines. So I guess it has this is up IAEs. Cool, those make a lot more noise. Now then, Indigo, we got to learn a little bit about Indigo. So Indigo Airlines, their call sign is going to be IGO. IGO is their IC cows, but their call sign is iFly. Okay, so that looks good. So we can come over here real fast and let's get an airframe in so we're all ready to go with this. It's a new airframe. It's going to be an A320 and it's not a Neo, but we'll change the engines in here. So it's IAEs and airframe. All right, this is called Indigo.
Subscriber confirmed.
And
top clearance
it's
granted,
called
Agent.
it's IC
Loyalty
cows is
noted.
IGO. My guess is it's going to be kilograms. Somebody just did something nice. Let me put 2 more little bits of data in. Here is our tail number, IHZ. Okay, that looks good. Okay, I think that's it. Let's save the airframe. Hawk Driver is back here. And Hawk Driver's been here for a long time, too. Hawk Driver is one of the original Spy Flight subscribers. Been here for 54 months. Hawk Driver, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. As always, thank you for coming in. Hope you get to do some flying in your airplane for a while, too. And thanks for coming by. Okay, our descent's pretty good. Let's do seatbelts. And this looks good. 122.8, it's not CTAF. Thanks for being here, Hawk Driver. Thanks for being here so long, too. We've got a nice FedEx plane going into China with the Panda Bear on the side. And it's a nice sunrise, too. Dad, game time. We did call. It's Liangjiang. Liangjiang. There's 2 I's in there. I don't know if I did that correctly. But the full name is. Here's the full name of where we're going. We could check and see. There's a way to find this out. Go to the airport and go to the airport page, and it'll tell us exactly what it is. So it's Guilin, province of China, Liangjiang Airport, I'm guessing. So that's the one we're going to. And here's our arrival, and we're on the arrival. So we're actually circling to the north of the airport here. All right, I think we're all set and ready to go. We've loaded in the airplanes. I just need for a Phoenix to put it into the community folder. It's in the community folder, so we should have an Indigo jet for that, and we're all set. That's right, altitudes and meters. Now, before you freak out too much like I always do, one of the things to remember is on your approach charts, over here, if you zoom in really good, they give you feet to meter conversions. So they may say FedEx 441 descend to flight level 42, 4,200 meters. What do we do? Oh, that's flight level 138. So they always go and give you a really, really nice conversion chart. And that's nice. The Dad Game Time says this is an exotic port. There's also a on the VATPRC website too. So there's a conversion table there. Fight EMT, thank you for that. Ashley, welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. We are Boeing 777ing with our cute little panda bear. Our next flight is in India. And let's dial this around. Keep the heading bug straight up here. And bring in the map click. That's right, some airplanes probably do. What this airplane does is this has the meters button. And you can press the meters button and you can see what it does is it turns off meters. And it's only, the only thing that I see is it's over here on the primary flight display. So it shows you your target altitude. I'm going down to 6,000 feet or 1,830 meters. And it also gives you your actual. So we're 4,600 meters up. But I don't really think that this one lets you set it over in the flight management. So you can't like magically switch your autopilot over into meters mode. Sunjammer's going to call it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. Have a great evening. Happy Sherlock Holmes birthday party. Thank you for coming by today. Have an awesome evening. A nice day tomorrow. And we'll see you at 221B Baker Street. And everything's good here. Lots of clouds on today's flight. You can do There's a Murder on the Moors, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I'm kind of giving up on that. I think I do such a bad job with that, Sunjammer. I don't want to be offensive. Besides, you know, there's a member of our moderator community that is an actual barrister and could very well file some sort of charges if I do that I'm in violation of some sort of a, you know, code of Hammurabi or something like that. So I wouldn't want to do that. That looks pretty good there. And all of this looks good too. Oh, altimeters. Standard. Altimeters are checked and set. We need to do a checklist. Very good idea. So let's see. Cancel recall or total recall starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. And nothing's wrong there. No notes for the arrival, except it's going to basically be metric. Auto brakes 3 seems to be good for us. Landing data, go to init ref. Flaps 30 landing is going to be 139. I'm going to call it 145. Our approach briefing's done about as good as it can be. You do not mess with Hammurabi, that's right. Okay, all this looks really, really good. Here we are, coming up to Queefing Ling, I'm guessing. And we're going to loop-de-loop all the way around here.
Covert drop received. Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
Somebody has just come in and done something. It just says that, oh my gosh, it's Agent JSG Droid. Just did a nice little donation, but Agent JSG Droid has been held hostage by the legal system lately. Hey JSG Droid, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Does this mean you got kicked free? Are you free of jury duty for a while? I hope so. Jury duty is over. Yay. Welcome on in. JSG Droid, congratulations. This has been a long one. My jury duty was like a week and a half. Yours has been like twice that. It's been twice that. Irvi, did I do a bad pronunciation? I'm not surprised. A murder mystery flight for this day next year that we have to solve with flights. That'd be kind of a cool thing to do. I don't know how we would do that, but I think that would be a good time. Landing lights going on. JSG Droid, congratulations. You got a surprise. Class action suit settlement. Oh, well, there you go. That's good news for today. Welcome on in. Thank you. Our next flight is in India. There's some freeware for our departure and arrival airports over on flightsim.to. Martel, calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Have a great evening. Catch you later. We'll see you soon. Thank you for coming by as always. Cheers, cheers. I know, yeah, Loviz. We had murder trials and we were done a lot quicker. Is the sim worth it? So, Strix LVG. Welcome aboard, Strix. It's working really good for me. There's some airplanes that work in the older version of the sim that don't work for now. But I think it's getting better and better. It really is. I may have a route discontinuity. Yeah, I do. Let's close it. What life? Murder on the Orient Expense. Okay. Well, we're also thinking about playing a few other games every now and then, so we could probably come with a nice murder mystery game. Come up with a murder mystery game or something. And I'm going to go to 215 on the speed. And flaps 1. Auto brakes are armed. No. Okay, that should be armed. Cool. Strix, you want to fly the A350 is working. There's an Anybuilds A350. that you can use with this sim, and it's really pretty good. Oh, we're not doing the loop-de-loop around there. I see. What I learned about killing people is that you will get caught because of Ring cameras and bringing your cell phone plus DNA. They brought their cell phone, Loviz, because, you know, it like logs where you are. They brought their cell phone. Sorry, I don't mean to celebrate somebody's bad fortune and somebody got killed, but jeez, how freaking stupid. JSG Droid, it was a sexual harassment in the workplace suit. The defense didn't even put up a case. Yeah. Yeah, mine basically said, you know, we're the defense attorneys, you know, we could sit here and play checkers all day. It's up to the prosecution to prove it. And the prosecution proved it. They brought their cell phone. Jeez. The biggest issue in the sim right now. So they're still working through some bugs, but really strict. I don't deal with that many bugs. I mean, and I'm flying 3 times a day, 5-6 days a week in the sim, so it's going pretty good. Flying Eli said to stretch earlier ago. Thanks, Flying Eli. So, you know, I don't really know exactly what I would say. The sim is, I don't know that Pratt PT, I think being funny, yes. It's not, I don't have many problems with this. You know, it doesn't take forever to load. Altimeters are checked and set. Approach checklist is done. Liangjiang traffic, there is a FedEx 777 on a downwind for runway 01. Turning final in about 5 minutes. Liangjiang. Martin, yeah, any kind of thing like that where kids are involved. Absolutely. Let's start the turn. Strix, your Virpal flight stick and throttle and rudder pedals would be great. Yeah, I know that Strix, so there's a couple of pilots in chat, Loviz, and I think JSG Droid both use the VKB stuff. I think Poliot has some Virpal things maybe, and they're using it in this sim just fine. I'm using a combination of Thrustmaster, Wing, Crosswind, and they're all working pretty good. So I think you're going to be fine. Loviz has the VKG Gladiator side stick, and it is sweet. I don't know that he likes movies about gladiators, but it's the Gladiator side stick. Maybe Russell Crowe has one too. Arm the approach. Strix has got the Virpal Constellation Alpha Prime Mongoose. So I love gladiators too. Okay, well, there we go. Oh my gosh. We have far too much fun at times. Are you not entertained? Flaps 5. Liangjiang traffic, that FedEx 777 is now turned finals for runway 01 landing, Liangjiang. So, Strix, you've got all sorts of good stuff from Virpil. I think, you know, I also fly all this stuff on DCS World, and it works just fine too. So my guess is, Strix, it's going to work really well for you. I think I saw Melvin Leroy in chat. Hi, Melvin. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we're now high, and I missed the glide slope. Captain's airplane. 139, 145 to land. Mile finals. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Come on, glide slope, catch up for me now. Deaf Pilot, today is, would have been Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday, and so it is, I guess, International Sherlock Holmes Day. It's International Sherlock Holmes Day. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Five-mile finals. Come on, glide slope, help me out here. Uh-oh, off the localizer.
2500.
Off the localizer. I'd sure like to see some lights here soon. I'd love to see some lights, perhaps. There might be some lights. That might be a runway right there. I got the runway.
Sync brake. Sync brake. Sync brake. Sync brake. Sync brake. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Minimum range.
Landing.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. 20. 10.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Holy moly. We made it. Big Gutters also did a sub right in the middle of landing. Big Gutters, thank you for being here for 13 months. And some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming in. Ashley, do Boeings get hot brakes? Do Boeings get hot brakes? Liangjiang traffic, that FedEx 777 is clear of the runway. We're going to go find cargo land. Happy landings, Liangjiang. Oh, there's always alerts on my landings. You know that, Flying Eli. I can't go, you can't go anywhere without there being alerts all over the place. So landing lights off. Strobe lights off. Is the brake temperature simulated? It is in Airbuses, so my guess is it's probably got to be simulated in this plane too. Over at the airport parking stands, my guess is that's going to be more terminal. So my guess is cargo's further south here. Although there's a little airplane thing that we passed over here, I'm going to guess that might be military stuff over there. Yeah, that looks like military. We're not going over there. So, you know, the thing is, Koza, brake temperature is simulated in the next airplane that we're going to fly. In a lot of the Airbuses, we could go to wheels. Let's see what it says. Let's look at gear. Yeah, it doesn't like, we didn't complete the checklist. So let's see, my wheels are, that's gotta be, yep, we do have hot brakes over here on the right side. So brakes are hot over there. I don't know if we have fans or not. I don't know if you have fans or not, but we've got hot brakes on this one. Did I change the specs about the logos? I don't know about that, Ashley. Hi, DMK7. Welcome on in. I see some FedExes over here. Maybe we'll go and park over here. I don't know. Well, there's an area there that could have been cargo. That could have been cargo over there. Let's go with everybody else over here. Did I change the My Specs and the About Me logos? I don't think so. Okay, so it looks like we're going to make a right turn and come in the other way. Yep, those airplanes came with us up from Hong Kong because you see they don't have landing gear. Landing airplanes rarely have landing gear. Let's try and grab this one here. Somebody took a nice MD-11 on this flight. I don't think we took Russ's wingtip off. No, we didn't. Didn't take Russ's wingtip off at all. So that's good. Okay, parking brakes. On. And come on down here. We should stop the squawk. So transponder goes off. And we shut down the right engine. So the right engine goes off there. Turn off the nose light. We're blinding the ground crew. Come over here, and then we go to ground operations. We want them to put chocks in place and request ground power. So the ground power is over on the other side of the airplane, so that way the ground crew doesn't get close to that engine that's still spinning quite a bit. And then with ground power in, we can punch those two in there and then turn off engine number 1. Engine number 1 goes off. We can come over here and do our fuel pumps, do the hydraulics, and do the cabin signs and the beacon. Come over here, go to ground vehicles, and we have to wait a little bit before we can do cargo while the engines are still spinning down. Not a bad landing, I'm gonna guess. Are you planning on playing Red Dead Redemption? I've never had that. I think I watched Sibby play it for a while. That was about it. So I did see that going on. Russ is having pasta carbonara tonight with homemade pasta. Oh, that'll be good. That'll be tasty. I don't really have that one. I did for the other day start playing. I did start playing. What was it? Metro again. See if I can't get past the zombies that have me cornered right now. I think we made it. Let's see. Russ wigged out, but Western Global is still there, and we made it in. Not a bad flight, and this airplane is just so totally solid. The PMDG 777 really is. It's a great cargo liner too. Jumpman had fun with Red Dead Redemption. Okay, we're here. Let's go ahead and let's get ready for our next event. This wasn't a bad little freeware airport. This looked pretty good. Let's go main menu. Now we've already got our livery. Let's just go and flip the airplanes around before we reset the sim and just see if it's in there. This was supposed to be for an A320 with IAE engines. So let's just go and see if our livery popped in. Xenical is first flight with the 777-200. It is a fabulous little airplane. It really is. Okay, there's Aegean, Latam, Egypt Air, and Scandi. Okay, so it's not in there. You know what? It's not going to be in here. We have to restart the sim for it to work. We've got to restart sim before it's going to work. So let's go back and quit. Pratt PT, my performance seems like it's about the same, maybe slightly better than it's been in the other than before, but I've had better performance in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 than I have in 2020. And of course, it loads about twice as fast too, which is really nice. Socialism likes the Red Dead Redemption. I always kill hours just exploring. Well, that's the cool thing about some of these games is there's so much time to explore. I was hoping to do a little exploring in the tunnels, but that didn't work out so well. Okay, let's go and see what's going on in India here. So that's really the next step. That was a good flight. Let's come over here, and in India, so we're basically going to be over on the eastern side of India for today's flight, and I don't see any ATC there. Let's start up sim. Here it comes. Dude Bro is back. You had to go to Taekwondo. Welcome back, Dude Bro. We're just getting ready to do a flight in India if you feel like hopping into your sim. Grump Truck. What a great name on Twitch. Hi, Grump Truck. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Let's do a flight plan. New flight. Okay, so it's IGO, Indigo Airlines. We're going to be departing from VOHS. We are going to fly to VOMM. Dude Bro, we are flying on a network called VATSIM. It's the VATSIM network that we fly on. And that's that map that you see there. On Monday, Loviz flew the 777 freighter with an old update and flew it after. First sounds were better. I got twice the FPS. That's a good side-by-side for sure. We'll just go, there's no ATC. Let's go with what SimBrief is suggesting for our runways. AvGeek Fozzie, welcome back too. So I just put a link in to find the VATSIM website. I did too many dots in there. There you go. That's where you go to sign up for VATSIM. Good news is VATSIM's free. VATSIM is free. Okay, let's generate a flight. No like from the main menu. Okay, so what I think you might be talking about is multiplayer. And we're not flying in multiplayer because we got people flying in X-Plane. We have people flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 or 2020, 2024, and I think sometimes even some people fly with us in P3D. And the only place that we can all fly together is that VATSIM network. Let's see, Wig Bill is out doing coaching. It is hot in Texas right now. It's the turf is 10 degrees warmer due to the air. Texas in the summer. Nothing like it. Koza, we should mention that we don't play, we sim. That's true. We are not playing games. We are serious simmers here. Okay, this is going to be flight level 310. Absolutely. And file the flight plan. Our flight plan is filed on VATSIM. And let's do a quick refresh here. Flying Eli confirms that it is indeed hot in Texas. Okay, so let's go see if our Indigo jetliner has shown up at this time. Free flight. It's why Flying Eli wants to move. So over here, let's go ahead and we'll get the airplane in the upper left-hand corner. And it's supposed to be IAE engines, so we'll configure and see. Hey, look at that. There is our Indigo jetliner. It showed up right there. See what happens when you reload the plane? And there it is. Let's do this. Save. And save. Okay, don't see anybody at the airport yet. So VOHS. VOHS. And we did load in the scenery, so this should work. And we got a really big airport here. Okay, let's refresh the VATSIM map, make sure we don't spawn on anybody. And I bet we can go to one of these gates over here. How about gate 48? Okay, that looks good. Let's start. Let's mark down the fact that we're at gate 48. 48. Okay, that looks good too. The flight plan's going to have our route. And let me put the route in here too. I wonder if we take off now. If we take off now, we'll see the sunrise again. We did have a sunrise out of Hong Kong. Ready to fly. That looks good. Let's hop on the plane. We're going to get on VATSIM. We need to do the JSG droid, how to turn the airplane off in one easy click. Wait for the electronic flight bag to load. Go to the Phoenix app, go to panel states, go to cold and dark, and activate it. That turns your airplane completely off. That turns the airplane completely off, and that way nothing's weird. Your 7-month-old decided to change plans. 7 months old do that, J-Dubs, I've heard. All right, this is gonna be IGO, flight 441, and we're in A320. And connect. Let's see, I could use the autopilot here. So I need to unplug one thing. We need to start up SimApp Pro, which updated today. Here comes SimApp Pro. And let's go ahead and plug in the side stick. Let's plug in the autopilot. Let's plug in the McDo. And everything seems to be working. We appear to be on VATSIM, and there's our airplane, Indigo Flight 201. So Indigo Flight 201 is already at the gate. I bet Indigo Flight 201 is over here. There's Indigo Flight 201. How about that? It worked. That's Sim Murray. Thanks for flying with me, Sim Murray. All right. It would be a long stream if you read your last message. It makes more sense. Let's see. Dude, bro, hang on. Weekend on Saturday. Gonna take off to O'Hare to Anchorage. Oh, if you've done... That's one of the cool things to do in Flight Sim. One of the cool things to do in Flight Sim is to fly something like that. Fly, you know, a flight that you've already taken in the real world. Or another fun thing to do is fly a flight that you're going to do, that you're going to try and do. That's another fun thing to do. Okay. I think we're good to go. We're on Volanta. I think all the flight sim stuff is done. We can view airplane things now. Okay, so the airplane's cold and dark. Let's go to the flight, and there's our flight plan. Go to ground services, and we'll request our jetway. Here comes the jetway. So Sim Murray is right down there. Chances are this is going to be no ATC here. So if you're new to VATSIM, this might be a perfect way to get started doing VATSIMing stuff. And it looks like it's just a generic cabin, but that's okay. Let's head on up to the flight deck, and it's time to turn power. Power, power, and ground power. Nav and logo lights, emergency exit lights, no smoking, and we'll do the dome light right now. Let's see, we need to get out of Boeing mode and put it back into Airbus mode for the throttles. There we go. Flaps up, speed brakes down, parking brake is on. Side stick works. Tiller works, and rudder pedals work. Always good to check those things. Okay, that looks good. Let's open up cargo. Let's go to page 1 and get the latest weather. Altimeter's 1006, winds are 210 at 10. Not so bad. FMGC, that works. Let's do the ATSU system on this side and go and get the flight plan in first on this side. I did it backwards last time. I don't think it was a big deal, but I think you're supposed to put it into this side first, the ATSU air operations side. Then you can go and do the other stuff. Load sheet's already aboard, and that looks good. And let's go to init and request and flight plan. Firebird has just arrived. Welcome back in, Firebird. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. We're just departing. We're flying in India today. All right, this is going to be IGO Airlines. And that goes in there. Let's come up here. And we're going to do ADIRS 1, ADIRS 2, ADIRS 3. Let's see, JLeaps 2, that was not a link. Sometimes it has a problem with those. You're having, so JLeaps is having a problem with your Thrustmaster TCA throttle settings after the last update. I had to, after the last update, I had to recalibrate in the A350 and the A300. I did not have to recalibrate in the Phoenix airplanes. I didn't have to recalibrate in the 777s. Is that the kind of thing that you're having a problem with? The throttle calibration? So if you're like in this airplane, your throttles really should, when you push them up to climb, CL, it should be there, flex, toga, and right like that. So it should match that. So if it's not matching, you may need to recalibrate that way with your Thrustmaster throttles. You know what I haven't had to do was recalibrate my speed brakes and my flaps though. That's it. It's basically only working the top quarter of the throttle. Which airplane are you talking about, J-Leaps? It's the Phoenix A319, which... Oh, okay, Wigbill, thank you for answering. Okay, all that looks good. Let's come over here and check some numbers. Pilot brief. Our cost index is going to be 12. Not 1, 12. There we go. Our flight, we filed for flight level 310. Winds and request wind. J-Leaps, you're talking about the 172 Skyhawk. Okay. You know, I'll tell you, I've never done the Skyhawk. I have flown the Cessna 152 in this sim. And I never have felt like my throttle settings have worked well for the GA airplanes. So I don't think it's your imagination. I've had trouble like that too. Now I just use the throttle the way it is. And that's like you using just the top quarter of it. It's not right, but there's something wrong with that. Something dangerously wrong. So it's not just you. It used to work before the update. Wow, okay, because it never worked for me. And come to think about it, it never really worked well for me over in the older sim too. Wigbill says it might be Windows messing with the throttles. I've got no clue about how to fix that. That sounds scary to me. Taxi fuel, 0.173. 0.173 for taxi. Contingency
Subscriber
is
confirmed.
0.694.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
0.694. 1.43 for alternate. Somebody just did something nice. Hang on a sec. And 1.08 is final. Cool. Let's see. We did not do 0 fuel weight. I think I messed that up. I think it resets everything. Muffin Basket just did a sub. Muffin Basket's been here for 2 months right now. Muffin Basket, thank you so much for a resub for 2 months. And thanks for having such a fun name here on Twitch too. Okay, 59.1 is our 0 fuel weight. 30.3 is our center of gravity. Now let's see if it's going to go and zero it out. So there's the numbers. We'll put them in 0 fuel weight and center of gravity. Let's see if it zeroes out everything else. It didn't. Boy, there's a pleasant surprise. Fuel planning is green. Good. Pratt PT, I'm not doing spy hats today. It's Sherlock Holmes hats today. Because today is Sherlock Holmes' author birthday. Arthur C. Clarke. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, excuse me. And there you go. All right, so Sim Brief in its wisdom says 27 left. It did not give us a SID to go out on. It's just direct to HIA. So we didn't do that. Let's see here. We could do a slight detour and take a look at what we have for charts. Okay, so direct HIA is right over the runway. I don't think we want to do that. After our first waypoint, it's HIA to the Victor 4. Well, I think that's not going to make much sense. The Victor 4, we're going south, so this one doesn't look like it works well. Tim Dog is going to take the MD-11 from Ontario to Oakland. That's actually a fun flight too. That's a real-world cargo flight. Okay, here's a nice departure for us. MMV. Well, why don't we just do vectors off the runway? Vectors and hand fly. So let's see. We don't need to do a departure. Do I have no SID? Let's do no SID and just fly to our first waypoint. That'll be fun. Coming into VOMM. Hopefully the passengers won't vomit. I know that's gross. Okay. Arrivals, runway 25. We have an ILS Yankee for 25. ILS Yankee 25. So this is a procedure turn. That's going to be a procedure turn. Are we going to... Yeah, this has got us going directly to the over the runway, so a procedure turn back. Well, that's always fun to fly to. That's always fun to fly to. Okay, so the ILS Yankee, no star, and we're coming in via, I think we want the number 2. We're a jet, and that should be good. Okay, that's a good flight plan. That's good. So what we do is we're actually going to fly right over the MMV VOR, and as we come south and we come out here at 220 knots and we come on around here. That should be a good approach, and these are also fun to fly by hand at 18,000 feet. Over the VOR we come in at 3,000. That's easy enough to do as well. Do we have passengers? Let's do mass and balance. Load, and here they come. Passengers are coming down. Let's do the APU. Average Canadian has water. How do you control the MD-11 with only 2 throttle levers? Okay, so the way that I set that up is, so 2 throttle levers. Engine number 1 and engine number 3 on throttle number 1. So those are your wing engines on throttle 1. Throttle 2 is engine number 2. And I do that because of the way that I was watching Inga do the taxiing in those Lufthansa cargo videos. And what she would do is, from a full stop, she would go all 3 engines up, get the airplane rolling a little bit, and then wing engines down to idle and taxi on the center engine in the tail of the airplane. And that would be how, because I don't think that that thing does a thrust idle taxi. It's too old and heavy. So that's the way I set that up, so that I could have individual control of engine number 2. And that worked pretty good for me. You got the Tim Dog has a Logitech Act 3 axis throttle. See, that's really nice to have too, if you decide to do that. Okay, our altimeter is going to be 1006. 1006. 1006. 1006. We're gonna squawk 0007. That's good. Tim Dog just put in a link to whatever to Tim Dog's throttle if you're looking for something like that. Okay, all of that looks good. Let's see. Coming out of the airport. Well, let's see. First of all, we're going to climb to flight level 310. Let's just go to 310. We'll just go and let the airplane climb. There we go. Okay, everything's good. Let's see. Tim Dog uses a Thrustmaster TCA for all of the other airplanes, and Captain Chris just arrived. Hello, Captain Chris. Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And Wig Bill wants to know if Tim Dog has salsa yet. All right, so we're departing off of runway 27 left. So pushback, come all the way down here. Oh, so my guess is okay, so if you look at the size of the runways here, this 27 left is thicker. My guess is they taxi out here and taxi down Bravo, and then use the runway to get out here. That's the way I bet they do that. Let's see. Paragon Greenie says that throttle was the first piece of sim equipment that Paragon Greenie got. You needed to feel where the throttle was, and it helped me learn a lot. Since then, Paragon has done the Honeycomb and VKB. I think that's the way to do that. That's the way to do that. Captain Chris, today is Arthur Conan Doyle, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday, and Arthur Conan Doyle was the author of Sherlock Holmes. Today is Sherlock Holmes Day. So there you go. Cybeck, I am not on that. That has just been one extra thing for me that I need to go and pop in there. So that's why. Okay, everything looks good here. Waiting for our passengers to load. 8 minutes to push back. Almost time. This was a really nice freeware airport that we just downloaded at flightsim.to, and I'm hoping that we're going to get a nice sunrise flight like we got in China. Tim Dog says that's the cool part. Betty is on board. I have forgotten to update the title, haven't I? That is easily fixed. Thank you for the reminder. Captain Chris got it done. Koza has the Logitech SATEC. That was my first one. The X56 Koza. That was my first flight stick for flight simming. It worked really good in Space Simulator too. Worked really good in both of those. Okay, APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to turn on fuel pumps. A little early, but I always forget fuel pumps. Ground services. I'm going to disconnect the GPU. Almost out of here. Kruger is checking in. Good day to you. Hey Kruger, thank you for checking in from down under. I hope it is really good. Koza, the X52 is the stick that you're still using on the desk. And our plane is now loaded. I'm going to retract the jetway. We're going to close cargo. APU is up and running. Jetway is pulling back. Pushback helpers going on. We're going to get a tug. And all of that's good. Let's come on over here and we're going to do the final weights. And final load sheet says, init page B, 59.1. That is correct. Center of gravity is 30.3. That's correct. So we didn't pick up any extra passengers. Fuel is 6.44. I need 4.9. Yep, I usually board extra fuel. 6.44 fuel is good. Over to performance. And everything's good to go there. Let's do the performance page real fast. Load sheet, weather, calculate. It's calculating. BV Hawk just arrived. Welcome in, BV Hawk. And send to the McDo. That looks good. Come over here. That looks good. Come over to charts. Looks great. 122.8. 122.8. And I usually don't announce intentions and stuff in the ramp area. That might be wrong of me, but there you go. Parking brake going off. Let's go. Got another airplane over there. I'm going to go just straight back so I don't block the way. Make sure that there was no one over there. Actually, I think we could probably do a little bit of a turn. Kruger, just to let you know, anyone, the grass around the runways are done all at night when the airport is closed, and some are done in sections. Oh, really? Kruger says there is a Vivid Sydney light show tonight. Look at that. It just disconnected me. I don't know what it is, but this pushback helper just disconnects me whenever it wants. Really weird. The grass around the runway. So Kruger, there's a light show tonight. I'm going to assume that that means something like fireworks and stuff. start it by engine number 1, and it just disconnected again. All right, fine. We'll stop here. I don't care, Tug. You can be a brat all you want. This Tug driver just does not like us. Go away. BV Hawk, thank you again for coming in. And engine 1 starts. Fuel flow has started. Let's also get on VATSIM. Squawking is occurring.
Information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace.
We have never on any domestic flight have they ever instructed me on the brace position. That must not be something they do in the US. And engine 1's available. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 is starting. And that looks good. Everything else is set. Generally, I can do this one without a checklist and stuff. The Boeing's a little bit different, especially the 777. I do like using the checklists on the A350, though. That is a good one to use checklists with as well. So why don't we go ahead, we'll push back, and we'll go to Echo 3, Bravo to Hotel 1, get on runway 27 right, cross over to 27 left, and depart. Wet paint just arrived. Wet paint, happy Thursday, almost Friday, almost the weekend. So close, let's just call it the weekend. Is it too early to start thinking about ordering pizza for the weekend? I think the band just gave up for the night. Wigbill gets a long weekend too. Or do we all do it? Memorial Day, right? Engine number 2. Starter back to normal. Starter goes back to normal. APU bleed. APU. Come on down here. I don't order pizza. Right now I am in a save money mode. So one of the things that I do is I just get a couple of some frozen things right now. Living on a budget's never fun, but it's a good thing to do every now and then. Much rather do what I'm doing now than go back. So this is really great. And the little pizzas are not big. They're the personal pan style pizzas. Not bad. Trim is going to be down 0.1. Flaps are going to be 3 for takeoff. Always love a good flaps 3 takeoff. And RTO. Nope, not RTO. Auto brakes max. I think we're ready to go. Nose light. Everything's good there. Cabin light for taxi. ECAM checklist is green. Forgot signs in the beacon. I know I was forgetting something. The runway resurface is also done at night. You've done that a couple of times at Sydney Airport. Kruger, really? That's a serious job, making sure that that's right. Parking brakes are going off. Okay, there's an airplane over there. Let's go the opposite way so we're not in the way. So in this case, we can come around. We'll do Kila over there. I did not set my pitch because the pitch was supposed to be 0. Okay, we'll just come out this way. But no, the reason I didn't set pitch there, Koza, is down here. You could see the pitch was supposed to be down 0.0. So didn't need to worry about it. Cabin call. Rajiv Gandhi traffic, we are iFly 441. We are taxiing out of the gate area. We're going to be crossing runway 27 and taxiing down runway 27 right to runway 27 left. All right, so we should have a there's a taxiway up there. And this one should take us straight across. That should be taxiway Kilo right there. It is. Look at that. It's painted correctly. Actually, Tim J, I know, but guess what? The Indigo is called iFly. Okay, let's come on down here. That's going to be one of the high speeds. Let's stay off the high speeds. Tim J said we should have picked up the 737 MAX for an iFly flight. Did you turn on the hydraulics? The hydraulics are already on the Phoenix. You just basically look up there. If the lights are out, the lights are out. Life is good. So oh, that was for Wig Bell. Sorry. Okay, we're going to stop here. Everything looks good. Okay, so after takeoff, looks like it's going to be a left turn. We'll intercept. Okay, there's that other airplane. Rajiv Gandhi traffic. There is an Indigo A320 crossing runway 27 right and actually taxiing down for 27 left. Gandhi. I think this is an awful lot like some of the Greek airports at some of the islands where they basically left both runways intact, but they used the skinnier runway, the older runway, as a taxi, and the wider runway is the new one. And they left them both as a runway. Could be that they do that for the military, because a lot of those airports on the islands are military bases too. Okay. ECAM checklist is all green. We're ready to go. Rajiv Gandhi traffic. There is an Indigo A320. We are taking off on runway 27 left and departing to the south. Rajiv Gandhi Airport. Just announced our intentions to depart. Strobes. Landing lights ready. And around we go here.
Charlie 4.
27 left. That's perfect.
Going to be holding short of 27 left. And we'll be following the company 27. Sandy Chuck.
Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Clock's running. Manual flex. SRS. Runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Flying time in the Airbus. Little bit of right rudder needed on this one. 100 knots. Steering with rudder pedals. V1, hands off the throttles, we're flying. Rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Flaps 1. Lever climb, thrust climb. Gandhi traffic, the Indigo A320 is clear of runway 27 left, departing west then south. Happy landings, Gandhi. Left turn. Who needs an autopilot right now, right? Flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. Don't think we're going to see the air. Well, there it is. There's the airport we just departed from. And roll on out. I'm just bringing my heading bug straight up here. Altimeters. Reset. And let's see if we can't go and intercept our little path here. Wigbill is going to take off. All right, have a great evening. We'll see you later. Good luck with the knotheads. That will be good luck with that. Thank you for coming in. Koza, yeah, I let my speed get a little bit low. I do that really. It's kind of a bad habit of mine, not looking at those things as well as I should.
Reinforcements incoming.
AP,
more agents joining the spy flight.
Open climb. We just got a really, really nice raid. Oh my gosh, look who's here. It's DeLorean. Hi, DeLorean. Thank you for a really nice raid.
New
Welcome
recruits
aboard.
detected.
I hope you've been doing
aboard,
well.
Agent.
I hope your
Stay
flux
sharp.
capacitor remains well tuned and ready for all kind of time travel. Cloven Acorn is back. Welcome back in. Maleficent Misty. Did I say that right?
New
I
recruit
tried.
detected.
Welcome aboard,
Welcome
Maleficent
aboard,
Misty.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Haven't rated. It's good to see you, DeLorean. Today is Sherlock Holmes Day. It's Sherlock Holmes Day. Today is the birthday of Arthur Conan Doyle. So it's Sherlock Holmes Day. And Elmaine 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Oh, it's a Disneyville. Okay, I get it, from Sleeping Building. Okay, Mel or Misty. Welcome aboard, Misty. Thank you for coming in. Frank is here. Where is your pipe? Well, that's not something I've ever been really good at, is the pipe stuff. Never did that. Actually, we do have, for your, in case passengers need it, this live stream does come equipped with barf bags. So should there be a problem, we're in good shape there. Always good to make sure you're in shape with barf bags. Okay, let's come on over here, do a little bit of a turn, and then we're going to do a direct 2. And the sun is coming up, so we're going to get a really cool sunrise flight. And that's real time sunrise over... Okay, let's do a direct 2 now. So direct 2. Let's see. How about... Misty looked up, and it's a copyrighted Disney name, so you did your own name. You know, that's probably smart, Misty. You know, you gotta look out for yourself along those lines. We're direct to Zurich. That has a definite Vulcan feel to it. And we are 71 miles from top of climb, 235 miles from Shawnee. Okay, so that looks good. And our nice Indigo airplane's going to do this flight really well. Sim Murray says, okay, yeah, if we're at about 10 nautical miles, that's really good. Did you hear about the man who lost all of his senses on his left side? He feels all right now. Sphinx Music, keeping the comedy club open. Thank you for keeping the comedy club open, Sphinx Music. First flight tomorrow is Hanover to Heathrow. That'll be full on VATSIM ATC. We're not actually departing out of Frankfurt, but it still should be a very, very busy flight. It should still be pretty busy. And there's our departure. And there's Zurich. And all is right with the world. Should have checked fuel. I need to get better about coming over here and just doing minimum takeoff fuel is 5.5. We're at 5.4 now, so we were clearly at 5.5 there. That's a really good thing to get in the habit of doing, is doing minimum takeoff fuel, especially on a big thing like cross the pond, cross the lane, cross the ditch. Anything that's longer than a couple of hours, you've really got to do that one just to make sure that you've got enough. And that looks good. Let's do an 18,000 foot cabin call. Let the flight attendants get up. All of our lights are good. Seatbelts are going to stay on for just a little bit while the cabin crew gets the cabin ready to go. Gets all those cans of Diet Coke and stuff ready that they just love to pour. I think when the radio panel comes out from Wind Wing, I think the radio panel would be a nice thing to put on the desk. So I think that's going to be a nice thing to pick up. Darren Fox came back. Hi, Darren Fox. Darren's over on YouTube. Thank you for coming in, Darren. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, and thank you for coming aboard today. And this looks good, too. I think all is right with the world. And we get a great sunrise, I hope. It is real time. So right now it is 23:38 Zulu. And we should be landing at 0022 Zulu. So that'll give you an idea of how much longer we're going to be here. About 50 minutes. If you need to get going or trying to make some plans. Estimated fuel on board should be 4.3. Final reserve and alternate fuel is 2.5. I always board a little bit extra, so we're always got a little bit extra fuel. And especially on VATSIM, because if you don't board extra fuel, you will be badly surprised. Okay, let's get airports on. Not a lot of airports here. Okay, coming out here, looks like we're going over some sort of a swampy looking thing here. And there is the swampy looking thing down there. Looks like there's city on the south side, so big lake or something. Big lake or something. That might be a bridge and a dam over there. And after that, it's Beaupre, and we're going to do the procedure turn over the airport, and we're not going to use the autopilot. That'll make it more fun. So, after we come over the airport, we want to be at 3,000 feet over the airport. After we do that, we're going to go on a heading of 094 for 9 miles from the VOR, then do our turn, intercept the ILS to come back into land. Minimums are 285 feet. And we're going to, after the VOR, it's down to 1,800 feet at 9 miles as we make our turn back in. So that should be easy enough. The airport itself, so we're coming in on runway 25. Yep, 25. And that means exiting here at Mike. And it looks like the terminal's over here. We could come back in here and grab there's the apron, and there's the gates there. So we got that now too. Let's star that one. Now that's going to be waiting for us here. So we've got the ILS, the airport, and parking charts, and all of that is good. Almost to top of climb, 25,000 feet. Let's do seatbelts for those passengers that have decided to have too much coffee. The passengers that, you know, need to learn to not do anything better than the Grande. The Venti's too much. And things will be very uncomfortable. 27 miles to top of climb. One of the better things over here is to use progress and report. And that gives you all sorts of really great information. On an interesting note from Koza, a real-life pilot, they are not flying this reel, they fly parallel. So they don't do that. So the real-world pilots aren't going to do the full teardrop. That's too bad, because it's actually fun to fly by hand. If you've got an airplane that you can count on and is responsive, it's actually really nice to fly. Macho Grande. That's from the big bus, right? Here's our equal time point. So that's the halfway point. Such a cool little cockpit. It's just got everything that you really need. And it's so well thought out too that it's perfect, you know, for, you know, congested airspace, lots of airplanes, pilot, you know, ATC making you spin the airplane on a dime if you have to. It really is just nice. This has got to be one of the nicest ones to work in. I don't know how it's like for real pilots, but for the sim, it really looks good.
Reinforcements
they fly the
incoming.
exact over the airport.
More agents joining the spy
For sim,
flight.
it's more funny. Oh, okay. Don't worry about that, Kosa. We do typos all the time. Let's see. Carl Anthony 24 just came in with a nice raid. Hi, Carl Anthony. Welcome aboard. Carl Anthony was in Flight Sim last time. Thank you for coming by. Welcome to you. We are just departing, flying south down to the coast in India today. So we did a nice departure here. And we're going down here to VOMM. Lily Sims came in with Carl. So did Captain Anthony. Welcome to you. Thanks for coming by. You caught us in our third flight. We usually do 3 each day. And we started in Hong Kong. No, we actually started in Berlin today on the VATSIM event in Berlin. And that was really nice over to Amsterdam. Spotted the little airplane on the roof at Schiphol. We did a flight out of Hong Kong. That worked out pretty good. Our first flight tomorrow is going to be Hanover to Heathrow. And let's see, after that, let's see if I got this graphic updated here. Nope, not that one. That one, there we go. So tomorrow it's Hanover to Heathrow. We're doing the Hanover Friday event, which I believe goes along with Frankfurt Friday too. Then we've got a flight from Cancun to Toncontin. Toncontin is always a fun approach. Really should be a good one. And then SEQM, we've been to this one before. This one I believe is a pretty good challenge too. So this is the next VATSIM event that we're going to do. It's the FNO South American version that we're doing. So Friday 9 ops South America between Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay. I think we're doing Chile and Argentina on our flights. So the FNO is the South America edition. If you don't have it, there is a link in chat for you. Bear's got something weird going on in the A380. The headwind is working. However, your A320 and your Neo are not. Is all of that after the sim update, I think? You could, if it's the fly-by-wire, you may need to go and update it. If it's the fly-by-wire. I don't know. I haven't been in the fly-by-wire in a long time, Bear. Although I guess we did take a version of the well, it was more of an any builds, I think. The A330 on Cross the Pond, so I'm going to do a direct to just to get a little space between us. That gives us just a little bit of room between me and the airplane behind us. It probably didn't save too much time, but might add about 3 to 5 miles, and that's really good separation for VATSIM. Oh, top of descent, less than 100 miles. Okay, come on over here. Let's go ahead and do numbers. So coming in on the arrival, let's go and refresh it. The altimeter is 1003. So phase 1003. That's good. The temperature is 29 degrees, not 39, 29 degrees. Winds are 250 at 8. Winds are 250 at 8. Transition is probably 50 here at this airport. I'm going to go for a config 3 landing. And the baro for our arrival is in charts. And that is, I looked it up earlier but can't remember. For a category C landing, which is us, it's 285. 285 is our baro. Let's do GPWS, config flaps 3 for landing. All that looks good. Performance. We are 83 miles from top of descent. We're going over the VOR, so we're going to let it descend to 3,000 feet. There we go, 3,000 feet. And that's going to be in 80 miles. And you can see the top of descent hockey stick is just beginning to appear on the 80-mile range ring. You know, it really would help us out on this flight. Real range rings. Let's go to the airport and set those up. Okay, so we're going to go to VOMM runway 25. So we're going to go and set range rings. Flight plan and fixes. VOMM is our airport and runway 25 is the runway. Now then, it says radial. We need the opposite of runway 25. So it's 071 degrees. 071 degrees, and I want a 5-mile ring around the airport. Okay, so that's good there. Now let's go to page 2 on fixes. VOMM, again, runway 25. Put that in the top. And this time I'd like a 10-mile ring around the airport. And then the third one, same airport, same runway. VOMM, runway 25. And this time I want a 25-mile range ring around the airport. It's easier to do these things over in the Boeings, but I imagine that they do it this way in the Airbus to give the pilots an additional options. So now what we're going to get, if we look at the bigger map, you can see over here we've got a 25-mile range ring, a 10-mile, and a 5. And you can see there is our extended runway center line. So the procedure turn here is really going to be, I think it would be actually easier. I don't think that they would have you do the procedure turn here. I think that they would have you do turn 20 degrees off the coast and intercept this way, not do the procedure turn. So maybe we won't do it that way. Koza says Microsoft Flight Simulator is looking good so far. You've moved completely from P3D to X-Plane 10 under Linux because I got bored with flat runways of Microsoft and Prepared. I actually enjoyed Prepared for the 90 days that it worked for me, and then all of a sudden P3D version 5.1 came out and it never worked again. Never worked again for me at all, which is too bad. Okay, so in this case, we're going to not do the procedure turn, which means we need to go down to 1,800. I'm just going to let it go down to 2,000 feet for us here. We just got a raid in the middle of all that, what I was yammering about with Dane Flats. Hi, Dane Flats. Welcome on in. And if you came in with Dane Flats, welcome aboard. But the reason I, got P3D was for the FS Labs A320, and it was fun while it worked. Did I not get 071 degrees? Let's check, Bronco Maniac. Maybe I screwed it up pretty bad. Could be. Let's check. So 071, let's see. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. So let's go to the F plan and fixes. Fix info. No, that's 0071. Hey, maybe we get to do the procedure turn after all. Bronco Maniac, thanks for catching that. Thank you for catching that. Back to performance. Let's go back to 3,000 and see what we got here. Whoops. Oh, that looks much better for the procedure turn. Bronco Maniac, thanks for figuring that out. That was awesome. I really appreciate it. Thanks. I wanted to do the procedure turn, but it was just a little bit too awkward. And here is, so over here, this was Tim Dog's departure in the MD-11. Look at that. You got Ontario right in the right place. What a great screenshot. Oh, thank you. Dane Flats, usually after the live stream here at Spy HQ, it's been going on for long enough that a trip to the Spy Lavatory is like mission critical. Really like mission critical. What's the 777 always wanting to do a step climb? Well, if you're talking about the really, really long flights, Pratt PT, you remember the 777 freighter is meant to carry a heavy load, right? A real heavy load. So the thing that you got to remember is on a short haul, really? It wants to do step climbs on the short haul? It's never done that with me. Never made it that way with me. I don't hardly ever get step climbs unless I'm taking the... You must have something checked off in your flight plan. You must have something checked off in the plan or something like that. You know what? I'm on the wrong graphic here. Sorry. I don't have the FS Labs A321. No, I never got that one. I never got that. So you don't have anything in SimBrief? I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. But yeah, you know who has the A321 in Flight Sim 2020 is Polyot. UH Polyot has that and apparently really liked it. Thought it was a good airplane. Nice sunrise today. Not a bad looking livery on the airplane too. So that doesn't make sense, Pratt PT. Every time I fly it, I don't usually have anything. I don't really have it wanting to do... step climbs. Hi AZ, welcome aboard. Dane Flats has been flying the Mad Dog today. Well, it's a tough airplane. The Mad Dog is a tough airplane. Pilots, real world pilots that flew it said they really loved it. But my guess is the learning curve on that one was a big learning curve. Once they got it, they loved it. But until then, my guess is it was a gigantic pain in the butt to learn. Especially in the world that we're in Flight Sim, you know, where we've got these really, really great Airbuses. And, you know, the 777, the Boeing, and all that. Then you go and you get in a clunky old McDonnell Douglas, and your world changes. If I'm going to get in a clunky McDonnell Douglas, I'd just as soon have 3 engines. Have it be a real big plane, because, you know, that's kind of the way that airplane is. Really nice. Okay, looking pretty good here. Almost time to think about our descent. 19 miles.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Loviz
granted,
is
agent.
just really nice and
Loyalty
gifted a
noted.
sub to Dane Flats. Loviz, thank you for gifting a sub. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for being so nice to me. Thanks for being nice to Dane Flats. The MD is a pushy buttony airplane. Well, they did a lot more automation in the MD-11, so it would really be the DC-10 that would be closer to your Mad Dog. It would really be closer to the Mad Dog in the DC-10. The MD-11 was McDonnell Douglas trying to automate an awful lot of the things that you do in the MD-11 DC-10 so that they could get rid of the flight engineer. Betty does yell at you a lot more in the MD-11. Although every time Betty says something to me, chances are I need to do what Betty's telling me to do. So I never really complain about Betty yelling at me in that airplane. Yeah, very Mad Doggy. That's a good way to put it. Very good way to put it there. All right, I say descend. And we're descending. And we're going to stop at 3,000 over the VOR. And then 1,800 afterwards. So let's go preset that. Altimeter is 1003. Let's put it in here as a reminder so we don't have to look it up while we're flying because it's going to be a busy arrival. Okay, also a great time to do a posture check and get ready to press rudder pedals, do side sticks, do a quick little hydrate here. Yeah, thank you for catching that, Bronco Maniac. That way we get to have fun with this arrival. Everything's good here. Speed brakes. It's a pretty decent sized runway. We'll just go medium. That way we can spend more time outside. The MD-11 autopilot is unique. I think it was all of that automation that they were trying to put into the airplane, Tim Dog. I mean, they really tried. And it's, you know, electromechanical kind of automation and things, but they really did try and take a lot of the workload off the pilots in that airplane. Set stuff up a little bit sooner than usual. I tend to do that in these airplanes just cause. Seatbelts going on. And they did a good job of modeling those seatbelts in this. Nothing else really to worry about here. Our sunrise is still looking pretty good. Uh-oh. Look what's back. The AC ESS feed fault button. AC Essentials feed has a fault in there. That's back. That was over in Flight Sim 2020. I think that we decided, this is like going back, you know, what, 9 months, a year ago, that this thing started to pop out. And that, I think we decided that that was a problem that came with some liveries. We really don't have a fault, because if you go into the fault thing in the EFB, you end up, you know, you can't clear that. So I think that that's something that, you know, isn't a big deal, but it is. Here's our 25-mile range ring. So that really helps with situational awareness as you get closer to the airport. And that's really nice to, you know, to have that sort of thing. Since it's just us, a great thing to do is come on over here and just have a look around. So we've got an Indigo flight over here, but nobody else around our airport. So we should be good. Just kind of, we own the airport. And we won't be in anybody's way. It would show up in the ECAM and the electrics page. Tim Dog says, look at electrics. Bleed pressure electrics. Okay, I don't know enough about this to see if it's indicating a fault. Maybe that's what this is. Yeah, so I don't see a fault in there, so that light is a problem. So it's not our fault. You can't get mad at us. But, you know, in a cockpit upper panel where all the lights are supposed to be out, and you see that, you say, oh, wait a minute, what's this problem? Well, it's not really a problem at all. Oh, WTAF over here. What on earth is this? Holy cats. Panic. We have faults on IR1 and IR3. I think we's gonna die. We's gonna die. IRS 1 and 2 and 3 are aligned. So that may be a fault with the livery too. That may be a fault with the livery too. I mean, it didn't give me any other trouble. So that was really weird. Okay, there's 20,000 feet. We are doing good on the arrival. A touch fast. I'm going to throw out speed brakes. I think it's a livery error because liveries can fire off problems like that. Again, that's one of the reasons why, if you've been wondering why I stick with the liveries that are in, you know, the Phoenix app, the PMDG app, all of those, that's kind of the reason why. Got a little speed brake going out there. Sim Murray. Okay, so Sim Murray, you're flying the same airplane, right? Are you in Flight Sim 2020 or 2024? That might be a difference. Maybe I did something wrong. And now we've also got our range rings there. That looks really good. Now I'm going to start rolling my speed back just a touch here. So a little more speed brake. There's 250 knots. And the airplane should... Tim Dog got beeped and thought it was Oakland Center, but it's just auto ATC. Auto ATC sometimes scares the socks off of you. Yeah, I know. Tim Dog Auto ATC is like about, 20 minutes behind me with what I've done, so I just generally ignore it, but sometimes it does make you... Who's calling me? Who? There wasn't supposed to be any ATC. We lost Sim Murray. Sim Murray has fallen off of VATSIM. Uh-oh. What happened? Was it something I said? Nope, Sim Murray has definitely disappeared. Yes, I know. I've got my speed brakes out. I want to slow down a little bit more. We're doing a procedure turn, and I don't want to do it at warp factor 10. Flaps 1. We're doing flaps 3 to land. Speed brakes down. And I think we're done with those now, so let's rearm them. Maybe it was a power outage at Sim Murray Land. Hope everything's okay. Okay, so our first turn is going to be, we're turning out at 094 degrees. And we're going to go to 1,800 feet. And let's have the flight attendant sit down a little bit sooner. Let's also arm LS, so while we're flying we don't have to push buttons. Alright, everything's good there. We'll have to do approach phase. We'll let this handle the airspeed for a while. AP is going off. I'm going to bug 093 degrees. That way I've got some sort of a reference. 093, right? 094. Okay, so I've got a bug over there for 094. And our descent is still probably just fine. Bring the map in a final click for us. Here's our 10-mile range ring. Koza, if you have time, your schedule for German airports, you'd like to meet us there. Our departure time tomorrow is 1900 Zulu. So it's 1900 Zulu for our departure time. And there is the flight plan for tomorrow. So it's going to be Hanover to Heathrow and then the other flights as it goes. But that's going to be the plan. It'll be full VATSIM, all sorts of crazy. Should be a good time. Hope you can make it for that one. And let's go over there. And in the middle of all of that, Brandon did a sub. Hey, Brandon, thank you for the sub. Brandon MUC has been here for 43 months. Brandon, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday, so close to Friday, it's the weekend. Okay, looking good here. Descent's not so bad. Little bit high there. We want to be closer, so I'm going to push the nose down just a touch. And we're going to go ahead and 180 to do all this. Five miles, we make the turn to 093 degrees. My tech review is descending into Portland today. Have you got, are you descending into a VATSIM event? My tech review? Okay, next altitude is going to be 1,800, so I'm going to bug that as well. Usually, right now I'm just using the autopilots for bugs, for reference. Shiny traffic, there is an Indigo A320 just coming over the airport, planning the procedure turn for the ILS runway 25. Shiny. My tech review is doing frontier ops. Here comes our turn. Descending a touch fast. And then here's my little bug for 093 degrees. And we go almost to the 10-mile range ring. Roll out. 093. Passing 7,000 feet, I am a touch high. High and fast. Welcome to the spy flight. SRQ Aviation. It's Epidemic Sound. Epidemic Sound is where I get the music from here. Okay, let's come on down here, activate approach mode, and confirm. Approach mode is good. I've still got some speed brake out. Ooh, we're turning a little bit in. So let's just go a little bit beyond the 10-mile range ring so we can lose some of the altitude because I'm a little bit high. Mostly what I do is I search over on Epidemic Sound for what I call travel jazz and, you know, special music for certain holidays and stuff is kind of fun. Okay, there's the 10-mile range ring. So we'll try and stop halfway, and that should work. Altimeters, 1003, right? 1003? Yep, 1003. And yeah. Didn't do it fast enough for him. Cabin secure. Lights. Nose light. Seats for landing. Here we go. Beautiful sunset ahead. Let's start our turn into the runway. That's probably just enough. SRQ did a flight from Memphis to Atlanta today with a minus 39 landing rate. That's really good. In the 737-800. Speed brakes, flaps 2. Let's start reducing our rate of descent now. And here we come looking for the localizer. A lot of boats here. SRQ, we've been doing the PMDG 777 quite a bit lately. And hopefully the 737s will show up soon. Although I have a feeling that I kind of have a feeling that the 737 from iFly will come out sooner. I did. I did pick those up. Those are fun airplanes. I've really enjoyed them a lot. Really enjoyed those, the 777s a lot. And there's our altitude. Stop our descent.
2,500.
There we go. And just barely moving the controls is perfect. Yeah, the baby bus is probably my favorite airplane. It's the one that I can do the best work in. The 737 MAX 8 is cool. The SRQ Aviation, I think that they made it to be awful, because in the real world, SRQ Aviation, it is awful. The autopilot finally woke up. The auto throttles finally woke up. Chenni traffic, there is an Indigo A320 on finals for runway 25, landing. Chenni. I'm a touch high, that's why it's beeping at me. We'll let it do a gentle descent. Oops, overflow. Come on back. The WinWing flight stick is really good. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I don't think that I could do this kind of an approach with this without the WinWing flight stick. I had the Thrustmaster. The Thrustmaster was really nice. Did its job for a while, but this one is an awful lot better. This one's an awful lot better. Didn't pay attention. We'll get back over here. That's probably good. Coming up on 5-mile finals. We're all set for landing speed. How about wheels? Gear going down. And really, you can't see it, but my movements of the side stick are just hardly anything at all. Hardly anything at all. Done with speed brakes. Here comes the localizer. Five miles. Manage speed to land. Flaps 3. ECAM checklist is green. And a really cool little airplane. Just love what Phoenix has done with these Airbuses. Here comes the glide slope. Localizer got blown off to the side a little bit here. Don't see the runway. There is our glide slope. Let's catch that. And there should be a runway out here. I think I see some lights. There they are. I think that's a runway. I hope. Otherwise, this is going to be very embarrassing.
500.
It is a runway.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
Light slow. Shrink rate.
40.
Too
30,
low. Terrain.
20. Retard. 20.
Don't
Retard.
sink.
That's a little hard. But I missed all the really good high speeds. Now there's one up there. Speed brakes, flaps. Mountain Man, it is actually a nice little livery, isn't it? It is a nice looking little livery. I'm going to guess it's probably a new low-cost carrier for India. So Indigo, I don't know the first thing about them, but they're the ones that do this flight. Campy, KYUYE, welcome back in. The runway does exist. You just got to have a little bit of faith, right? You just got to imagine that the runway is there and it'll be there. You just got to imagine that. And this is another freeware airport. Haxon 1 just did a follow. Nishant, it is nice to be in India. I think this was one of your suggested flights. I hope. The Airbus planes love to float. It is. I mean, they do. SRQ, yeah, that's kind of the bane of my existence. Is you know, want to go outside, watch the airplane land, watch the thrust reversers pop out and all those cool things. But, you know, that means I'm either going to plow it into the ground or float, 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 float. Oh, is this okay? We did VOHS, so we need to go VOBL. Nishant, I was also really kind of pleasantly surprised to see all of these freeware airports available. This is a freeware that we just picked up and got it from flightsim.to. SRQ, that's why SRQ loves the 737. Anything under 300 and I'm generally satisfied in the Airbus. Let's see how bad it was. So let's see, I did a little bit of floating. Minus 547. Oh, the humiliation. The minus, it was under the 600, so at least I don't have to, you know, go and get yelled at by the you know. That was a little bit hard, wasn't it? Nishan's old base was VOHS. That's, well, it's not quite a crater. A crater is, I believe, over 600, right? Haxon 1 has been here for a while. Hey, thank you for coming in, Haxon. I really appreciate the follow. Thank you for coming by. Welcome on in to chat and all. I hope you're enjoying flying too and getting to take your airplanes on some fun places. APU, and we should have done strobes off the runway. And a really, really nice terminal here. Actually, I really do enjoy the 777 a lot. It's a fun plane. Why don't we come in here to gate number 23? Let's see. Nishan is doing Atlanta to Narita in a Northwest 747. Happy landings, Nishan. That's right. If I'd been in my sporty little A319, that's right, Captain Chris. That airplane saves me so many times. It absolutely saves me. Okay, 77, 330, 300, 320 goes all the way up to the end here. Little hard on the stop there. Okay, all that looks good. Nose light can go out. APU is available, so the bleed can go on. Let's do turn off the transponder, and we're gonna do engine 1 and engine number 2. I'm gonna reset the rudder trim just for the next pilot. Fuel pumps can go off. After the fuel pumps, I'll come up here. I was really surprised to see the fault lights up on those. That was really weird. I have ground power available. Beacon and seatbelts can go off. Deboard the plane. Come over here and do ground services, jetway, cargo, and our airplane worked great. What a cool little airplane. Band Slam is in chat for the first time. Welcome aboard, Band Slam. Nishan's going to sleep. Thank you for coming in. Have a really great evening. And I think we made it. Nobody was hurt. I don't know what happened to our other flight. Maybe there is a Bermuda Triangle that's floating around India right now. But it's nice that we made it here. And a cool little airplane. As mentioned, our first flight tomorrow is not actually Frankfurt Friday, but it is going to be in Hanover. I expect a lot of ATC and a lot of traffic. We are taking the airplane right on into Heathrow, so that should be, you know, that should be a good test of your flight sim skills for sure. After that, we are doing Cancun to Toncontin. And then we're also flying out of Argentina tomorrow too. And Argentina is going to be a cool place because they've got some really nice airports and also some really interesting high elevation airports in that part of the world too. So we should have a fairly nice flight for that one. Time for me to say thank you. There have been some really generous gift subs coming back. Thank you so much. Thank you for some awesome support and great jet fuel in the flight plan. I really appreciate it. Now is also a time for me to say a thank you and a shout out to the secret agents and special agents and double O's over on Patreon. Thank you. I will be over there first thing tomorrow. and get everything set up. And yeah, Loviz just mentioned tomorrow's FNO is going to be in South America, and that should be a pretty good flight. Definitely looking forward to that, and it should be good. Mountman6 says check out the website. There's news on the 727 and the E-Jets. How cool. I am looking forward to checking that out for sure. And we should do the River Visual and San Diego. San Diego is a lot of fun. And River Visual, we love to do that too. But we will get those in there too. Thanks for being here. I am going to say thank you for coming in. Thanks for also flying with me yesterday too. That was a really nice flight. Didn't really plan on doing that kind of a flight, but it was a good time. Melvin Leroy is doing something called the Mountains and the Mud Hill, I think. So that's good. Band Slam is back from ads. Band Slam, thank you for coming in. We're flying tomorrow at 1900 Zulu. I hope you could join us for that one. Love to see you for that one, Band Slam. Thanks for coming in. Koza, good to see you, and thank you for coming by as well. So thank you for being here. Again, thanks for letting me get away with the Sherlock Holmes hat today and celebrating Sherlock Holmes Day and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday. Really enjoy that for sure. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. 1900 Zulu, thanks for the really nice support. Good night, Tim Dog. And Ramos, thank you for coming in. Tim Dog, so you're already over with Melvin Leroy. Thanks for being here. Loviz, thank you for coming on in. So happy to see JSG Droid finally released from jury duty and now gets to fly the plane. Cannot wait to see JSG Droid flying with us again, and can't wait to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I really do hope that you are having a great Thursday. We got the weekend all ahead and some really nice flights for that. So we'll see you then too. In the meantime, of course, as always, thank you so much for being here. Please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies tomorrow at 1900 Zulu. Cheers and thanks for being here. Good night.
Welcome in, Spy Raiders. Hello, welcome, Dave. Thank you so much. Boy, that was a cool approach. I got to